All right. Looks like we are live. Day 2 of the NFL draft. We all know what happened yesterday. If you missed it, I can't believe you missed it because the Packers did draft a quarterback with the 26th overall pick, quarterback Jordan Love from Utah State. A guy who's pretty talented, also has a few holes in his gameplay. I'm not going to do a full analysis right now. If you want some analysis, head on over to creamcitycentral.com for that. I'm here with Kyle and Al. Guys, we got some draft picking to do tonight. We have some things to look forward to because apparently Packers world is burning down, and Brian Gutekunst is not only going to burn down the Packers organization, but he somehow has to save it.
Yeah, they definitely, managed to pick the guy who would polarize Twitter the most.
Yeah.
So I give Goody props for that.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think about it a little bit. Like, aside from taking a kicker, a punter, a long snapper, I don't really know what he could have done last night that would have engaged Packers Twitter and Packers fans as a whole quite to this level.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on Packers social media, and I'm not surprised, but I am surprised by how big the freak out was about the Packers drafting quarterback Jordan Love. And the fact that whatever ESPN reporter decided they want to write words about Aaron Rodgers going to the Bears, I mean, that is just asinine stuff. That's terrible. I'm sorry.
I'm not even going to call him an ESPN writer. I'm going to just call him Michael Wilbon because that's who said it. And, I mean, Michael Wilbon is historically known for his bias towards Chicago, and it was bad. It was dumb.
They're just, I mean, like, it was great. It was, if you were looking for something that you could write into the NFL storylines that would give everybody on ESPN something to talk about this morning, it was the Packers drafting a quarterback. You saw the Stephen A. clip that went viral where he said that Aaron Rodgers should feel betrayed and he should tell the Packers to kick rocks because for some reason Stephen A. tells everybody to kick rocks. Michael Wilbon had his opinion, and Colin Cowherd got his takes out and all that, but it's.
I just turned on ESPN for the draft coverage about 15 minutes ago, and all I heard was how toxic Aaron Rodgers could be to the Packers locker room. I mean, are you kidding me right now? Jordan Love hasn't even been to Green Bay yet, and they're already throwing Aaron Rodgers under the bus. You have Michael Irvin saying the Packers can't win a Super Bowl if their locker room is toxic. Get out of here with that. It's not even been 24 hours, and Aaron Rodgers literally hasn't said a thing. I'm actually worked up about this because, and I didn't think I would be. I am so sick of it already. Those people like Dov Kleiman on Twitter, the people from Pro Football Talk or whatever, who can't wait to dunk on the Packers with toxic information. Like, they have been pushing this information, like this narrative for years, and now we have this situation, and they just want to eat all the cake.
Can we briefly mention that the Athletic Packers reporter fell for a Barry tweet, and so that didn't make anything any better.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And like most people, I do not find Barry particularly funny, but when he gets somebody to fall for one of his tweets, like that one time he got Skip Bayless to say that Chris Paul made fun of James Harden's man boobs, like that kind of stuff is just funny. If you get if you get Stephen A. Smith, no, it wasn't Stephen A. It was Max Kellerman to say man boobs, like that's a win. Like that's funny. We can all agree that that's funny. And in this case, it was Bob McGinn, and he got, and he fell for the fake Rappaport, and here we are.
Oh,
yeah. I think now that, I mean, with the Packers drafting Love, it gives them another story. Like, what's the relationship going to be like between Rodgers and Love, like what we got last year with Rodgers and LaFleur? Because that was a talk for the whole offseason. How are they going to? And then they're hugging and, making out with each other on the sidelines during games. Like, obviously they like each other, but now what is it? Like, every single, like, eye roll or, like, death stare that Rodgers gives is like, oh, Rodgers and Love hate each other. Like,
this is, like, the bar that's been set for NFL, like, analysts. This is how it's going to work. Aaron Rodgers is going to throw a touchdown pass, and he's going to walk back to the sideline, do his usual pointing thing. He's going to punch Matt LaFleur in the chest. And if he doesn't do the same thing to Jordan Love, the NFL media is going to be, look, Aaron Rodgers avoids Jordan Love after throwing touchdown pass. Like, that's the narrative. That's how the narrative is going to play out.
I expect a lot of cheesy headlines like Rodgers heartbreak or Packers heartbreak in the next like 6 months because Jordan Love is his last name and it's just yeah.
The puns are going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help that Aaron's estranged brother is also named Jordan, but
I
I guess,
didn't even think about that.
yeah, my friend Grant had a very funny observation about that he it's funny. Like, there's irony in life, and that's what it is. But one sort of point of actual analysis instead of just making fun of the media, I also think that when people say, like, Jordan Love is going to learn a ton from Aaron Rodgers, I don't really know if that's how pro sports work. Like, it's a little bit different when you're not, like, in a high school or a college setting where you're all working for a team. When you're working for a paycheck, that guy behind you is working for your paycheck. You're not always necessarily concerned about developing the guy who's going to take over for you. I don't know if that's the type of personality that Rodgers is. Like, have we ever, and this is critical of the Packers or whatever, so it's not super biased fandom, but have we ever heard one of Rodgers' former backup quarterbacks say how much he learned from him? I really think the only guy who really got better while he was here was Matt Flynn.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't know if he credited Rodgers with that.
That's a good point. I mean, Brett Favre famously put it straight back in the day that nowhere in his contract does it say he has to get Aaron Rodgers ready to play football. Aaron can say the exact same thing, and it's true. Aaron doesn't have to show Jordan Love the small tips and tricks that Aaron does with the offense to get them ready to play football. That being said, Aaron Rodgers has 4 years left on his contract, or is it 3? Is it 4?
It's 3, and then the last year has a $2 million cap hit if the Packers were to go a different direction at quarterback.
So, in my mind, they don't, unless miraculously next year, like they have a Trevor Lawrence type quarterback available to be drafted, or in the next 2 years, you have to think at this moment that the clock is ticking down from about like 3 years for Jordan Love to play, because you're not going to wait 4 years for Jordan Love to play, right?
And I'm just saying, Kirk Cousins' contract runs out in 3 years, and the Packers have a good out in 3 years. So, I'm a believer in history repeating itself. So I'm going to put it out right now that Rodgers might play for Minnesota in 3 years. So
he's got to go to the Jets first, idiot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Now the Packers would never, ever, ever purposely, like they did with Brett Favre, trade their star quarterback within the division. They would even like to get him out of the NFC if that was the case. That's what they did with the Jets.
Yeah.
And but then again, Aaron could, announce retirement and come right back and say, "Screw you guys, I'm going to take you down for a couple of years." Honestly, the ultimate revenge would probably be him going to the Bears, not the Vikings, just because the Bears broke his collarbone.
Or the Cowboys.
Or the Vikings did break his collarbone too. I was at that game. It was a terrible game.
Maybe he goes.
I don't really want to think about Rodgers leaving.
Maybe he goes to the Cowboys and reunites with McCarthy.
That would be funny.
You could just see Mike McCarthy walking up to Jerry Jones and be like, "Jerry, it's like anything in life. When you have an opportunity to get a good quarterback, you get a good quarterback.
You got to get good pad level."
All right, the Cincinnati Bengals here are on the clock, and
there's been talk most of the day that the Bengals were looking to trade back, but about 5 minutes before we got on, Schefter said that Cincinnati is holding at 33. So there's been a lot of talk about trading with the second round, but I think it's going to end up being like last night where there's like no trades because, I think we went the first like 14 picks without a trade. So
do you guys think that Roger Goodell is good at this whole social media thing? I just think he looks so awkward.
Yeah.
He's not a charismatic guy.
No.
And forced charisma is not good.
Well, he's got a candy dish tonight. Looks like he's got some M&Ms in there.
Right.
We were trying to guess how many were in there last night.
Oh, they were in there last night?
I
didn't even see it. We
were trying to figure out if they were Skittles or M&Ms too, but I think they're M&Ms because there are some brown ones in there and there aren't brown Skittles.
M&Ms for sure.
I was also hoping that Goody would have like a bottle of craft beer somewhere in his room, but
It's
I
a
didn't
great
see one.
opportunity for a brand deal.
It is.
Yeah.
So I want to say, just throw it out there, it's super unlikely that the Packers trade up in the second round substantially, just because second round picks historically are worth a lot more if you're going off those trade value charts. It does look like it would be an opportunity that they could use one of their later round picks to move up in the third. And like, when I say move up substantially, I mean like more than 3 spots. Like, they moved up in the first round, but it wasn't like a huge swing. Cost them a fourth. But with the assets they have right now, to move up more than 3 or 4 spots in the second round is tough. So
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here because, Julian's, you're right. They have 1 pick in the second. They have 62, and I believe they have 94 in the third.
Yep.
And they have 6 picks between the 5th and 7th rounds. So I believe they have 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. No, 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, something like that. And I would see them moving into the 4th or 3rd rounds, combining those picks.
Yeah, we'll see what Brian wants to do. Sorry, I struggle with the last name, but we're on a first name basis, so that's good.
You and
that
good.
way. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if we want to go through some people that we would kind of like. I think we all want a wide receiver. I think Packers Twitter really wants a wide receiver.
Yeah.
We still obviously got the holes at linebacker, and you can always use another O lineman. But based on sort of how everything's going to fall, it seems like the names that Packers casuals like myself are going to recognize are the wide receivers at this point.
If my pipe dream for rounds 2 and 3, Laviska Shenault at 3 or at in the second round, wide receiver from Colorado, and then Josh and mine's favorite Ben Barch from St. John's, offensive tackle, in the 3rd round. So that's my ultimate pipe dream for tonight. Is it going to happen? Probably not, because my pipe dreams never are fulfilled.
I want like a Denzel Mims of the world. I just want a really talented wide receiver.
Don't we all? And I suppose since everybody's been talking about it all day, the Packers historically do well with wide receivers they take in the second round. So hopefully that's worth mentioning. Famously, Jordy Nelson just outside of the first, Devontae Adams, obviously, Greg Jennings, James Jones. Basically everybody who's been good for the Packers aside from Donald Driver in the last decade.
7th round draft pick, Donald Driver.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it Elkhorn State?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. He actually wrote a book called Driven. It's really, really good. I recommend it if anybody's out there who wants to read a good Packers book.
I thought you were going to talk about the children's book, Speedy Goes to Camp.
No, those are good too.
And I was like, I think I've heard of it.
No. Yeah, then I'd be going down that Martellus Bennett road where he made all those children's books, but we're not going to talk about Martellus Bennett with the Packers.
If you need a really easy read, the Speedy books are my recommendation. Yeah, Driven is a really fantastic book. That I did read that. So what if the Packers go quarterback in the second round? I'm just throwing it out there.
I don't think that Gutekunst will be around for the 3rd round pick if that happens.
Mark Murphy's going to walk into his house and fire him on the spot.
The thousands of owners located in Green Bay will deal with it immediately and break quarantine to do so.
They will get out the pitchforks and torches, and they will go to his house, wherever that may be.
So while we're waiting, I know we got some people watching. Feel free to put some questions down, and we'll put them up on the screen. I know we have a couple people watching right now, but put some questions in, and maybe we'll answer them if they're appropriate. So do we think we're going to see any, or how quickly are we going to see guys like Jonathan Taylor, Zach Bond go to. I mean, because those are the top two guys from Wisconsin.
I'm really hoping we see him in the first 5. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think we'll see Jonathan Taylor get drafted until like the 4th or 5th rounds. To be totally honest.
Oof.
Interesting.
You think people are really worried about that workload?
I really do. I mean, running backs only got 3.5 solid years on average, anyways.
Unless he like a team like New England, who historically they use running backs by committee anyway. And they have James White, Sony Michel on their roster. So if you look at a team that wants to go with like a 2-headed monster or 3-headed monster in the backfield, maybe you see Jonathan Taylor go to a team like New England. Or even Indianapolis, who's going to be picking at 34. They have a couple guys in the backfield that they use interchangeably. So,
all right, wide receiver, here we come. Okay, that's a good comment. The wide receiver position is a position of need.
if you had the choice at all the wide receivers right now that are available, who would you guys take?
T. Higgins or Denzel Mims, probably.
Yeah, Mims would be my guy.
The Bengals pick is in.
Nope.
Oh, there you go. Well, T. Higgins is gone. All right.
Just like that.
Well, I preferred Mims anyway, so.
That pick makes sense for Cincinnati. I mean, they have A.J. Green, but you need weapons for Burrow to throw to. And Cincinnati had one of the worst offenses in the league last year.
I'm going to cut you off. I'm not going to stand for this Tyler Boyd erasure. This is ridiculous, unacceptable. He was a fantastic fantasy wide receiver for me this year. Won me a championship in one league. So let's not pretend like they aren't pretty set at wide receiver.
Well, now they look pretty good. So
yeah, that wide receiver room is pretty talented. Maybe this makes A.J. Green available in trade conversations.
Ooh, you're throwing it out there.
Well, the Colts already have their picks in, so this is actually already going faster than last night.
Sweet. Maybe we can get done by 7 o'clock.
That'd be great.
4.5 hours last night. That was a thing.
That was too long. Too long.
Every year, especially when your team's consistently good. Like, I'm not complaining, but every year, except for last year, obviously, we're waiting until the end of the night, and then you think to yourself, are the Packers even going to make a pick? Like, are they going to trade down?
Yeah.
And
because I was telling Josh last night that the year we took or drafted out of the first round and took Kevin King, I was at school all day. I had work that night, and then I came home and watched the entire draft, and I had to go to school the next day, all just to watch the Packers trade out of the first round.
And the thing is, too, or you have a night like last night, or you literally wait 4 hours for a pick, and then they pick a Twitter, social media exploding person, and you can't even go to bed after that because.
Yeah, I am glad they didn't go with like Cole Kmet, because like that's a pick that one isn't really going to help you, and two isn't going to help you in the long term at all either. So at least like Jordan Love, like at least they're thinking about the future, not just taking some guy just to take him.
Mm-hmm.
These are not high definition pictures of T. Higgins and Joe Burrow.
All right. Well, Joe Burrow has his wide receiver.
He also has a pretty good backfield with Joe Mixon and Giovanni Bernard. So.
Yeah, you kind of got to hope we don't see a run on wide receiver here, or otherwise it's going to be a little bit later need.
A long night, if that's the case.
If
go back, go, baby.
If the Packers have not acquired a wide receiver tonight, and they're just going to take like Quintez Cephas on tomorrow, and then everybody will be like, "Oh, it's fine," and it's like, don't really want to do that.
I mean, I wouldn't mind Quintez Cephas as like one of the
our second wide receiver. Yeah.
I like Tyler Johnson from Minnesota. That's one of the guys I like too.
Yeah. What was his 40 time? Because I felt like a lot of people thought he was going to blow up, and then
I don't remember. I knew it wasn't as good as what everyone thought.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Says he didn't run the 40 at
here
the
we go.
combine.
Not a good look for the Packers right now.
Oh boy, Michael Pittman.
My stream is a solid 15 to 20 seconds behind you guys, but I appreciate the announcements.
Here
Not
goes.
good
Here goes.
for the
You guys have a little bit more energy than Roger.
Yeah, I should be announcing the picks.
Okay, so pretty good chance that Mims goes with the next pick because the world hates us. But
Yeah, because we'd love to cover another great wide receiver in the NFC North along with Justin Jefferson.
No, I think Detroit's looking at a guy like Ross Blacklock because they need to replace Snacks Harrison, and their run defense is just their whole team is just bad, but like
no, in reality, I would say the Giants are the more likely team to take the wide receiver if we're looking at it. Even the Patriots, to an extent, the Patriots didn't take a wide receiver last night, did they?
No, they traded out of their first round pick.
Oh yeah.
They didn't even pick yesterday.
And then there had been talk that New England was looking at trading back. So the reason why the Packers traded up is because there were teams potentially, I don't know how accurate it is, that there were teams looking to trade back into the first round to get Jordan Love. The Colts were ruled out as one of those teams. But I'm looking at a team like the Patriots who possibly would have wanted to get back in and take Jordan Love. But because they traded back, I don't see why they would have wanted to trade back and then come back in. So maybe the Patriots go Jalen Hurts at 37 or Jake Fromm.
Do you guys think that if you had your choice between Jalen Hurts, Jake Fromm, and Jordan Love, that you would have taken Jordan Love?
Yeah, because he has the highest upside out of all those three guys.
I feel like people don't like Jake Fromm. I like Jacob Eason more than Fromm or Hurts. I didn't really have a strong opinion.
It's like a quarterback evaluator. How do you even know a player's ceiling? You know what I mean?
Oh, I'll tell you what I do. I find people on Twitter that I think are smart, and then I mimic them.
So obviously, Jude comes to my Twitter page for all of my hard-hitting analysis that everybody agrees with.
No, I think there are some things like you obviously can't teach a big arm. You can improve and tweak and work on footwork and stuff like that.
Enhance it.
Yeah, and you hope that you can make decision-making strides, but some of that pinpoint accuracy stuff, that stuff isn't really teachable. Like you either have that or you don't. Like it's not like other sports where you say, well, he's new to the sport, so he could figure it out. Everybody who gets drafted to play quarterback in the NFL has been playing quarterback for 8 years.
I agree. A sidebar here: did Matt Patricia trim his beard because it looks smaller?
I thought he was showing solidarity with us in quarantine. This is insane.
Why? Okay, never mind. I was going to say the Lions executive vice president and general manager Bob Quinn. In the bottom right-hand corner of his screen has like an XLVI little picture frame there, but it must be XL. I thought it was XLV at first, and I was going, "That's weird. Why would they have a Super Bowl 45 photograph?"
He must have been with the Giants executives in some form during that time. The Detroit could also go corner here. Well, I know they went with Okuda, but I mean their pass defense is awful. So I could see them going with another cornerback. But if you were watching last night, I said a team could go one way and they went completely different. So about 80% of the time. So don't trust what I say.
The Lions are bad. Their needs are diverse and everything. So there's my analysis.
Well, they get a running back.
Great. See, I said corner or D-line, and they go running back. So that's a good pick for them because they can pair him with a guy like Kerryon Johnson. Swift has a lot of mileage on him, so pairing it with a two-headed backfield, it makes sense.
Counterpoint, running backs are worthless, and it does not make sense because the Lions are terrible. And instead of getting another running back, they could have gotten somebody like Ross Blacklock who would actually make an impact.
I mean, I'm not mad because it just means that Blacklock falls, and I want Blacklock for our run defense. So,
first of all, DeAndre Swift's dad is absolutely massive.
Yeah, holy crap.
Can we draft
him? I want to draft DeAndre Swift's dad.
The thing about running backs is, like, yes, they can be effective, but you also can find a really good running back in, like, the 6th round.
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron Jones was, like, what, a 5th-round pick? And he's arguably...
he's like a top 10 guy, and it doesn't really matter the difference between him and the next guy.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I don't know. Generally, when teams are bad for so long, you say that there's a reason why bad teams stay bad. And to me, like, expending the 3rd pick of the 2nd round on a running back is that type of
Kyle Thompson's comment on the here we go. I might sound crazy, but I don't think we need a wide receiver as much as we DL or linebacker. You are not wrong at all, because I think people are completely counting out MVS and EQ. While I don't think that they're the greatest, they still have potential to be good. You're definitely not crazy for sounding that we need a D lineman or linebacker, because our run defense was horrible last year. So,
yeah, to sort of build off that, I think wide receiver is a big need. I think at this point last year, or rather 2 days from now last year, after the draft, when we didn't really address wide receiver, everybody was thinking that it was going to be MVS's breakout year. He had some promising signs at the end of the prior season. And then his snap count seemed to steadily go down each week until he was getting basically one fly route a game. And I'm not putting any eggs in that basket again. I'll buy EQ since he got injured. I'll buy some stock there. I like Lazard, but the rest of them, not buying any stock whatsoever. I think it's a huge need.
Season.
That wasn't the problem with the 49ers game. That wasn't the reason that we didn't win a Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
And that was one of my biggest frustrations that I saw last night, was a tweet that said, we're not a Patrick Queen away from winning a Super Bowl. And it's like, well, it could have helped.
We kind of were.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is like our defense last year is really what kept the Packers' heartbeat ticking.
Yeah, for most of the season.
For most of the season, you had the Smith Bros, obviously Adrian Amos, Darnell Savage. Those guys were making a huge impact on defense. And it's true, like, at times the defense carried the whole team all the way. It's just that the 49ers exploited our one major weakness in the NFC Championship game.
It is twice. Yeah.
It was almost like heartbreaking in a way to watch the Packers defense get absolutely obliterated like that when they had been so steady the whole year.
Yeah. And one of my biggest problems with sort of inside linebacker is those 3 down guys that can play in coverage, that can put pressure, that can play well against the run. Those guys don't fall. Like, I feel like finding those guys late in the draft is harder than anything else, because when you get down and you start to read the scouting reports on these guys in the 4th and the 5th round, it says he's a 2-down linebacker. He's great against the run, can stop the run, can't cover. And it's like, well, we need a guy that can cover. Like,
right.
That's just sort of how the NFL works now. And if you don't have that guy, you can get through the regular season. You can win 10, 11.
How about the argument, though, that, and I know I've already voiced my opinion on this on Twitter, but what about the argument that Brian Gutekunst did ignore the present last night with Jordan Love, and we could have took a guy like Patrick Queen? Do you guys think that Brian Gutekunst was actually being somewhat foolish last night in not maximizing our present? Because it's true, he didn't maximize the present situation or the opportunity to help our football team this upcoming season.
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys bite on that at all?
So the hinge of Gutekunst's argument that what he did last night was the best move is that he didn't believe in those other guys nearly to the same extent.
Yeah.
He thought that the future value at quarterback is worth so much more than whatever present value you're going to get from Patrick Queen. I don't buy it. Just like straight up, I don't really buy it. We'll see, but we won't see for a while. But if the Packers are significantly worse this year, his seat gets really warm, and that's what it is.
I think the Packers were always destined this year to be not as good because, I mean, if you really think about it, the fact that they went 13-3 was like crazy. And, I agree that his seat's going to be hot if they do go like 9-7, but I still think that they make the playoffs. The Packers can make the playoffs with like a 10-6 record this year because I don't think the rest of the division got significantly worse this offseason. And I think the Packers somewhat stayed even. I don't think they got better, but I don't think they got worse.
My biggest concern for the Packers this year is that Kirksey hasn't been able to stay healthy. And if he misses any stretch of time, we have no linebackers. We lost basically all.
I mean, we have Ty Summers and Oren Burks, but I don't trust those guys to start.
But if you're playing two linebackers a lot of the time,
but they don't play two linebackers. So that's why I don't think that going back to the argument about Goody not valuing a guy like Patrick Queen over. I'll finish this when the Giants finish their pick. It's a decent pick.
All right, the Giants take safety Xavier McKinney out of Alabama. Definitely a good pick for them. They got to start building that defense to help out Daniel Jones. I guess that's the rationale with that.
Yeah, that's a good value pick. Personally, I thought they would go wide receiver there. I thought that they would get somebody to help out Sterling Shepard and get Daniel Jones another weapon. Shepard and Saquon Barkley are going to be hot commodities in the fantasy world if the Giants don't add any other pieces in the near future.
So going back to what you said, Junes, about them not valuing a guy like Patrick Queen over a future quarterback. The fact that Mike Penn only runs one linebacker formations so much that I just don't think that they valued what is the reasoning flawed? Yeah, but I mean that's just you can't argue with what they do. So
yeah. No, you're right.
I was dead set when they traded up. I said it's for Queen. Like I said it about 100 times on the stream last night, and I was completely wrong.
I guess that sort of brings the question if you think Queen would be better than Kirksey this year, because if there's only one guy on the field at a time, only one of them can play.
So Jordan says maybe there's something behind the scenes that no one knows. That kind of was the case because was it Adam Schefter that said that Matt LaFleur really, really wanted Jordan?
Yeah. And Matt LaFleur understands that he only has Rodgers for 3, maybe 4 years tops. So maybe Jordan Love wasn't even Goot's guy. Maybe that was Matt LaFleur's guy. Yeah.
And I think it's good for the GM and coach to work in tandem. I don't know. It's weird. I also wanted to push back on this a little bit. People have been saying that like Aaron Rodgers hasn't even started to show decline. Patently false. Like his last 2, probably even 3 seasons, they don't stand up to the MVP seasons. Like they're just not in the same caliber. He's still a great quarterback, probably top 10, but he's not top 1. He wasn't the best quarterback.
I still think Aaron Rodgers is playing at a high level, though. That's the thing.
Yes, yeah. There's no I don't think you can understate just how valuable high-level, good decision-making play is out of the quarterback.
I mean, honestly, if I was evaluating a quarterback, I would draft a quarterback more for his brains than his athletic ability, in my opinion, because I'd rather have a Peyton Manning on the field than, I don't know, a guy who is just super talented.
What was Jordan Love's Wonderlic score?
I have no. That's true too.
Better than Tua's, I know that.
Has Nate Stanley been drafted yet? Should that be the Packers' target in round 2?
I don't know, but I believe, we totally jumped over it. but the Panthers selected Kyle Duggar, safety from Lenore
Patriots.
Ryan University.
Patriots.
What did I say?
Panthers.
Oh,
Panthers.
Patriots. Sorry. Patriots selected Kyle Duggar, if we did not get to that yet.
No, we didn't mention it. Mini run on safeties now. We didn't see a safety go last night, and now we see two back to back. I've never heard of this university, which usually is a good sign.
There's usually a random prospect from like a super small school, like a Lenore Ryan, that we see a guy going like super early, like I don't know if it was last year or the year before. Nasir Adderley from Delaware we saw, and it's like, when does a guy from Delaware get drafted in the second round? So
I did see, if we're going back to Jordan Love for a second here and talking about small schools, I saw some interesting comparisons to Carson Wentz and how when you have to play against programs that are similarly in talent to you, but you don't have good weapons, like you don't have the weapons that you'll have in the NFL, because even like everybody on the Packers roster is better than everybody that was on Jordan Love's roster last year. Like pretty much flat out true. We have 6 NFL wide receivers, 4 NFL tight ends, and 3 NFL running backs. He didn't have any of that last year.
And in case you're wondering, Junes, Jordan Love posted the 5th highest Wonderlic score amongst draft quarterbacks this year. He had got a 27.
Middle of the pack.
I mean, most GMs look for a quarterback who scores a 23 or higher, so that does meet that threshold. So,
yeah, I know that like historically Wonderlic scores haven't been great for quarterbacks, and it's sort of all over the place. I think the test itself is a little weird, but I think there's a lot of accuracy in what Josh says, that you want an intelligent quarterback. But I think the teams get more of that from having a conversation with the guy than they do from the Wonderlic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
and Aaron Rodgers scored a 35 on the Wonderlic.
Yeah.
So if that puts you into 30, once you get like above 30, you're looking at some pretty intelligent guys. So
the Dolphins here, obviously they picked Tua with their first pick last night, and their second pick last night they picked an offensive tackle, Austin Jackson from USC. If you're the Dolphins, do you go with a wide receiver here? Because it like the Bengals did it. They chose a wide receiver to pair with their new quarterback, Joe Burrow. Do you think the Dolphins go the same route here?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was J.K. Dobbins or Jonathan Taylor. I heard Miami really liked Jonathan Taylor. They liked that, but we'll see.
Okay.
I do think that they have another pick in the second round coming up, so could go one way here and then another way later. Might want to throw something in on the defensive end at some point.
Well, they did grab a corner with that 30th pick they traded away. So,
I only saw that. Did they have 3 first-round picks last night?
Yeah, they had 26, but we traded.
Yeah,
we swapped.
Good for them.
Yeah, to me, in all seriousness, this is amazing. The Dolphins have 15 picks in this draft, 3 in the first round. I mean,
yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made more moves to like trade up, because they have a huge amount of picks, but they also have a lot of needs. So
yeah, considering the names that were on their roster last year, what they were able to get for picks seems really good.
Yep.
That trade with the Texans, I think, is the one that really stands out in terms of misguided value. Minkah Fitzpatrick's a good player that they gave up, but to get a first-round pick for a non-defensive end, non-quarterback, non-wide receiver type player is kind of rare.
No, it is for sure. So who's all buying a Jordan Love jersey here? Are we?
I'll wait till he starts, actually playing to get one.
Yeah. So like,
I didn't buy an Aaron Rodgers jersey until last year. So just putting that out there right now.
It's funny because I think Brett Favre already spoke to Aaron Rodgers about this, or no, he didn't speak. Maybe he didn't speak to him. Maybe he said something about him, right?
Yeah,
he did make some kind of statement. I don't know what it was, but I did hear about it. I will say though, preseason games will be very interesting this year, which is for the first time in ever that preseason games will be actually fun to watch, because we'll get to see Jordan Love. Okay, whatever. if there's a preseason playing in an empty Lambeau Field, it will be interesting to watch from the comfort of my home. And maybe I saw this. I mean, as baffling as this is, maybe Goody knew he should take a quarterback because he knows that there's going to be no NFL season.
Yeah,
So-
that's too conspiracy theorist for me.
I'm not putting on my tinfoil hat for that.
And that's why the Patriots traded away, that's why they let Tom Brady go, because they know he won't be able to play next year.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention when the Patriots were picking, but I guess when they showed Bill Belichick's camera, it was just a dog sitting at the computer. So Matt Schneidman tweeted, Packers fans, our GM doesn't know what he's doing. And Patriots fans, our GM is a damn dog, and it's a picture of a dog sitting at the kitchen table with computers in front of him. So that's good. One guy I'm really shocked has dropped as far as he has is Josh Jones from Houston.
Yeah.
I thought he was first round potential. I wouldn't have minded taking him if we didn't go quarterback. But I wouldn't be shocked if we go O-line in the second round. I mean, there's so many different avenues we can go still. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if we went O-line, D-line, wide receiver,
Running back.
not running back, corner or safety as well.
Please no running backs, please.
I would only be
I'm
shocked.
telling you,
if
it's running back now, and then kicker in the third, and then we got the perfect draft.
and a long snapper and a fullback. We do need a fullback. Vitali's gone. We need a fullback.
To be honest, I wouldn't even be mad if we just don't even draft a running back at all, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I don't
I
want to
wouldn't
run
be
back at all.
I do like
have
the guy. I do like the guy from Memphis, Antonio Gibson, who's like a hybrid running back, wide receiver.
I think if I was a GM, my draft strategy would be to grab a running back like every year in the 6th or 7th and just see if it turns out. And then if it hits, great. If not, bye.
Honestly, I think what I would do is draft a running back, keep that running back until basically the rookie contract runs out, and then let him go. Because, like, typically after that, they don't do that much. Unless you're Adrian Peterson, okay? Unless you're Adrian.
Yeah.
Or you're Frank
I
Gore.
mean, Minnesota didn't win with Adrian Peterson, so.
Well, they won that one division title that one year, and then they
hung a banner.
They hung up a banner. And the one time they beat the Packers, they hung up a banner for that too.
It's still amazing that the Detroit Lions have never won an NFC North title in my lifetime.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers won an NFC Central title.
And why they were in the NFC Central with like Green Bay and Minnesota is beyond me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But before the division realignment in 2002, it's just funny that like Tampa Bay has won like an NFC North / Central title before Detroit has, or since Detroit has. It's just kind of funny. Who did they say?
Guard. They're protecting Tua's hip.
Robert Hunt. All right. They went O-tackle. All right, we got a trade.
We got a trade? What's that?
Indianapolis trades up to Cleveland's spot at 41. Ian
Who do they want? Jalen Hurts?
Could be Hurts. I don't know why it wouldn't make sense because Houston and Cleveland aren't drafting quarterbacks. Actually, I guess you got to look at everyone.
This says that the Colts traded for the Houston pick. So the Colts are on the clock right now.
No, I have it as Houston is on the clock. You're on ESPN.
The Brown. Oh, yeah. The Texans pick must have been made in reality, but not quite.
Oh, okay.
Because Rappaport's phrasing is silly.
Yeah. So, unlike last night when we went 14 picks until we got a trade, we get one a little bit earlier.
Yep.
9 picks in. Sorry, 9 picks in. Or 8. I don't know. I don't want to do math. So the Browns trade pick 41 So the Colts jump up 3 spots from 44 to 41, and the Colts also give up their 106 or pick 160. So kind of a similar trade we saw last night with Green Bay and Miami. They trade up a couple spots. Not a significant trade like what Junes would describe, but a trade nonetheless.
I kind of just wish this pace would go like tomorrow's going to go, where there's a pick literally every like 30 seconds.
The only thing I don't like about, and I don't know if it'll be different because there's no Goodell is there and he's announcing every single pick. But when you are watching on day 3, like they don't like actually announce some of the picks, where they just show up and you're like, oh, okay. I don't know if it'll be different because. Yeah.
It's unfortunate when you like are waiting for somebody to be drafted, like it's one of your favorite college players or something like that, and they're a late day pick, and then the media doesn't even talk about them. Like I remember waiting for AJ Klein to be drafted, like as he was.
Yeah.
And so you were waiting. Did you guys know AJ Klein's on the Bills now?
No. He's getting passed around more than.
Oh no, Kyle! There goes.
Dang it!
There goes.
Texans, I hate you. Bill Bryan, son of a gun. That's a good pick, which is rare for Bill O'Brien.
Maybe Bill O'Brien knows more than you think Bill O'Brien knows.
Well, I mean, they traded.
I don't think Bill O'Brien knows that much, to be honest.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I mean, obviously he knows more than me because he's a head coach in whatever, and the allegedly GM of Houston. That sucks. I like
Ross Blacklock's father, Jimmy, was a Harlem.
See, come on, the guy is multi-talented. He could be a receiver for us.
Whoever, I can't remember who it was last night, but his parents were both Olympic athletes.
Yeah, he was like yeah.
Why can't my parents? I love you, mom and dad, but why can't you
was it the guy who was taken after Jordan Love? Was it that linebacker from Texas Tech?
Yeah.
I think that's who you're talking about.
Defensive player, yeah.
So the Colts pick is in. They traded up. Maybe they're looking for, maybe a guy like Antoine Winfield because Chicago, they did jump Chicago. And I know Chicago's looking for some defense. So,
well, their pick is in, so they knew who they wanted.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe a guy like Antoine Winfield.
Maybe a quarterback? Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, maybe they're going for Hurts. They do need receiver, though, so maybe they're going for Mims, which would suck.
I just can't imagine Jalen Hurts in a Colts uniform for whatever reason.
Yeah. I can't imagine any, let's see, what did Brian say? Weak old Packers fan here, yeah, whatever.
Which
second-round pick do the Packers have? 62.
62. Hopefully they trade up into the third round tonight. That'd be fun. But the Packers do have the 62nd pick in this year's draft. Oh, man. This, I just feel like I'm expecting the Miami Dolphins to pick again soon.
Yeah. I'm sure they have another second rounder before we pick. Oh, man. Oh, there he is. Jonathan Taylor to the Colts.
No way.
Yeah.
No
Wow.
way. Wow. Good for
Did I not call that? I finally got a pick right.
I didn't hear you
go
say
buy a lottery ticket. Who are the Packers picking?
Laviska Shenault from Colorado. No, I did mention earlier that a guy like Jonathan Taylor would work in a 2 or 3 headed backfield, and they have Nyheim Hines. I can't think of the other guy's name. In Indianapolis.
Do you really take a running back at 41 to use him in a multi-headed backfield?
That's true. Well, I don't know.
Like, I feel like he's the guy now.
Yeah, that's true.
The question is, how high do I take him in fantasy football? I don't know. Do you think this is a good fit for him? Like, do you think he can be a 1,000-yard rusher there?
I mean, they have a really good offensive line in India.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's going to
Hey, what's
going
up,
from a
Noah?
really good O-line from Wisconsin to Indianapolis. So, Wisconsin to Indianapolis. So,
So Jonathan Taylor is an absolute beast of running back. We all know this. He rushed for 6,000 yards at Wisconsin. But he has so much mileage, like everybody's been talking about, under his belt, that it's almost like he's already played a year or two in the NFL in terms of the amount his body has been beaten up.
So what's interesting to think is Indy thought that possibly Jacksonville or Chicago was going to trade or was going to draft Jonathan Taylor, or there was some other team, behind them.
Yeah, they traded
So
up to trade or to
they
get
traded up
Taylor.
for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say Taylor is probably the most pro ready out of all of the running backs that are available, but that's just because he's been used so much. And Wisconsin quarterback or running backs are historically, some of the best running backs in the country.
Wisconsin just has really, really good luck with
I'll
running
tell
back
you what,
in
I do not
college.
like how much he fumbled.
What?
Yeah, that is one thing that does hold it back. Jaguars pick is in.
Also,
Go ahead.
Taylor talked about improving as a pass catcher this year, but he only caught 26 passes this year, which is 18 more than he caught the previous year. But
so he did improve.
Yeah. 5 receiving touchdowns, so maybe that's worth noting.
So Jaguars went defense with their first 2 picks, C.J. Henderson, and then the name of the guy who I cannot pronounce for the love of my life, the edge rusher from LSU. Maybe they still go defense here, but I think maybe now you get some weapons for Minshew Mania.
Well, they already have Josh Allen, right?
Yeah. So maybe the Jaguars go receiver, or maybe we start to see a run. Well, no, they have Fournette, so never mind.
Do the Jaguars actually have quarterback as a need? I mean, Mel Kiper does.
What the hell does Mel Kiper know?
I mean, they only have Minshew, right? Like, who else is there? And I don't know if you want to hitch the wagon to Minshew necessarily.
Yeah. So maybe Jaguars do go, Jake Fromm, Jalen Hurts, possibly. Jacob Eason.
I'll be back momentarily.
The thing about the Jaguars, though, is how much do they trust Gardner Minshew? You know what I mean?
That's true, because even though, you see guys all the time who have a stretch of games where they look good. I mean, it's so hard to, say a guy's going to be good or bad based off of 6 games.
Right.
So.
Oops, I'm going to throw this back there. Yeah, the Gardner Minshew, I mean, he was off and on last year, and obviously the Jaguars didn't trust Foles after he got hurt.
Noah says he did not see that coming that was a couple minutes ago with Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
I mean, it makes sense. When you think about it, it makes sense. But, the Colts are looking – I said earlier in the stream that they were looking for a potential running back, but I'm kind of shocked that they traded up and got one this early. So
yeah, running backs can be found middle to late rounds in the draft. If I was a GM, I would not be prioritizing running backs.
Yeah, you look at Aaron Jones, guy drafted in the 5th round.
I mean, you do have the Saquon Barkleys and the Christian McCaffreys of the world.
Yeah, but you also have to think about those guys are also really good receiving as well. So
yeah,
McCaffrey is arguably better than some of the best wide receivers in the league.
Yeah, they just paid him big bucks too.
Yep.
So. All right. Let's see what Twitter's got to say about Jonathan Taylor being taken.
I'm sure it's better than what was said about the Packers drafting Jordan Love.
Yeah.
I mean, I always liked the guy. I always liked Jonathan Taylor. He's he's a professional. When you listen to someone like him speak,
yeah,
he's very professional. I always enjoyed listening to him in interviews and stuff because he's a great talker.
Yeah.
He's a great potential pro. So
People are dunking on J.K. Dobbins because Jonathan Taylor was drafted before him.
I mean, I was shocked that Clyde Edwards-Helaire was the first running back taken.
Yeah.
So that was, for those who missed that, that was last night. Chiefs, the very last pick of the first round.
Rob Demoski says that the Packers want Baylor's Denzel Mims.
I mean, it's a good fit.
It is.
I mean, if they can somehow, if they can get him, I mean, I mean, he's Mel's best wide receiver available, and we still have to go 20 picks. So unless they trade up. But I mean, if Mims can somehow hold on for 20 picks,
yeah.
I
mean, I think a guy like Mims to Green Bay would be really helpful now, and Packers Twitter would absolutely when Packers Twitter gets mad, it turns into the likes of Packers Facebook.
Yeah. Let's see, Jaguars here.
Well, there's another wide receiver right off the board there.
Laviska
in Colorado. He was a solid guy.
He was he took a little bit, he kind of like the Jordan Love, where he had a really good 2018, took a bit of a dip in 2019.
Yeah.
But I mean, Chenault was my very first draft crush, and then I changed my mind about 100 times. Eventually landing on Jalen Reagor, who I thought got drafted earlier than I had expected, but
yeah.
So
he chose Colorado over Alabama and LSU.
Yeah,
that's.
I mean, you would think it's a bold move.
Yep.
But when you think about how many players Alabama brings in, you have to be the top of the top to get a shot. So, and he would have been competing with guys like Henry Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy. So, not saying Chenault can't be top of the top, but I mean,
alrighty.
Who is the best linebacker on the board? That's a good question. Zach Bond? I mean, if we're looking at inside linebackers, not really sure. It's a good question.
I mean, in terms of best available, Zach Braun from Wisconsin's up there.
Yeah, but he's interesting because he's listed as an edge. He did play some inside linebacker at Wisconsin. So, I mean, I guess you could say Zach Bond is the best linebacker on the board.
I mean, the Packers had their opportunity to last night to draft Patrick Queen. That and Kenneth Murray are the two guys I think would have really fit well inside the Packers defense.
See, I still think that the Packers address linebacker, but I just don't think it's, later. And you looking at guys like Marcus Bailey, who are not, hugely known names, but.
So Kyle, the Bears are on the board. This is their first pick in the draft, and the pick is in. So if you're a Bears fan, what are you hoping for right here?
You're probably looking at Antoine Winfield from Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, even though we talk about the Bears and their defense, they lost a lot of guys on their defense. Leonard Floyd, Clinton Dix are both gone. So right now I'm looking at Antoine Winfield for Chicago, which stinks because I really like Antoine Winfield.
Where did go?
Dallas with
Dallas.
with Mike McCarthy.
You got to love that, right?
Yep.
Former Packer reunites with Mike McCarthy.
They could also go tight end here because they did not re-sign Trey Burton, and we have June's back. All right, now the stream can continue.
Just in time for the Bears to grab Kyle's guy.
Yeah.
Who's my guy?
Oh,
I mean, Jacksonville took my guy. Jacksonville took Chenault. Our D-line is solid. I mean,
yeah, speed linebacker is the name of the game. That's why I wanted Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen, and we didn't get either. So
I think we could take a quarterback.
I think we can all agree the Bears have had a great offseason. They had Jimmy Graham.
Great. Traded for Nick Foles, yep.
Solid pickup, Jimmy Graham right there.
Yep. Didn't they do something else stupid too? Did they hire for a coach?
No,
somebody.
They took another Packer, wasn't it?
It was somebody that nobody liked.
Oh, Jason Spriggs. They signed Jason.
Yeah,
Spriggs.
there you go, Jason.
They
Yeah,
signed Jason Spriggs.
I mean, I think the Bears could go tight end here. A guy like Cole Kmet. I mean, despite all the struggles the Packers had at tight end, the Bears got the least amount of production from their tight ends last year. So
Signed Trey Burton.
they got rid of him. Or did they? No, they had Trey Burton, but then they released him because the Colts signed Trey Burton. So who will the bad news Bears?
I hope the Bears mess this up, please.
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, come on.
Oh, there's your guy. Your guy.
I got 2 picks. Let's go.
Look at that.
I am okay with that because they can have him. I mean, I was leaning towards a safety there, like Antoine Winfield, because they do need help on their defense. But
And the fact that the Bears did sign Jimmy Graham to like a 2-year, $16 million fully.
hey, Brett's back. All right.
What's up, Brett? Welcome back.
Yeah, Brett, sorry that McCarthy didn't give us a little bit of a discount and trade up last night.
Honestly.
Yeah.
You guys think McCarthy does anything with Dallas? Do you think they go somewhere?
No. I don't like Dak Prescott. What the?
Do you think Dak's elite, though?
I think Dak is okay.
Oh, gosh.
I don't think he's bad. I mean, he's a decent quarterback, but I don't think he's worth the $40 million a year he wants.
Yeah.
His agent is really good.
Yeah.
Jimmy Graham's agent?
No, Dak Prescott's agent. Jimmy Graham's
money?
agent's not doing bad either.
Yeah. I mean, they keep getting Jimmy on teams, even though he really can't do anything. The only thing Jimmy has going for him is that he's 6'7". I mean, that's basically it.
Yep.
Because he can't block, which has been well documented for years. His hands are not good.
Relative to the average tight end, his hands aren't.
Brett says, I'm still shocked about Love. How do you guys feel about that decision? I'm 50-50 about it. I feel like Love with Rodgers mentoring, he fits perfectly in the system. He has a lot of potential.
We talked about this at great length earlier. I think Junes, you brought up the best point about how, guys don't sign up to mentor somebody. Like, that's not, you're basically mentoring your future, like the guy who's replacing you. So, I mean, I don't think Rodgers is the type of guy who's going to, go out of his way and mentor Love, but I could be completely wrong.
I think it's fair to say that, like, we as a trio like Love as a quarterback prospect. Like, he definitely has some very positive attributes that with good coaching and, could develop into a really good quarterback. It's more so the fit with the fact that we have a very expensive quarterback for the next 3 years who still is our starter and doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Yeah.
That's sort of our problem.
I just think that the Packers are going to have to make a really difficult decision as to who they want their guy to be in 3 years. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm 50-50 on it still, for the exact same reasons we just said. So, the Browns pick is in. They traded this pick back. They swapped with Indy. This was Indianapolis' original pick before they traded up and got Jonathan Taylor.
The Browns hate Nick Chubb, so they'll probably take Dobbins here.
You think so? They have Kareem Hunt on the roster too. They need one of their biggest needs is receiver, so maybe this is where Mims goes. I mean, that'd be a pretty good receiving core.
How is one of their biggest needs receiver?
I have no idea. Maybe it's because we're trading for Odell Beckham.
I think the Browns need a quarterback.
I mean, I wouldn't mind them taking a quarterback. Just drops Mims down farther.
I think there should be a legal limit on how many quarterbacks you can draft in the first 2 rounds.
In
Because
like,
in like a 10-year span, because they can't do this every year.
the
Like,
Browns.
Well, they didn't do it last year. Then I don't think they took a quarterback last year.
no, but didn't they 2 of the previous 3 years?
Probably. I mean, they've been taking quarterbacks for years. Brandon Weeden,
Denzel, Mayfield.
Honestly, if Johnny Manziel kept his head on straight, the dude would have been a pretty good football player, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he won their first game for them in like how many years? I don't know, like 2 years.
I think Manziel was too small. Mayfield's more talented, but it's all the same to me.
Yeah.
Just
Also,
saying, Antoine Winfield is still on the board.
Sports
Maybe,
media needs to get out of here with that OBJ to Minnesota crap. I don't want to hear any of it. Get out of here with
Well,
that.
it won't happen now that Jefferson's there. So
Yeah, that's true.
with Thielen and Jefferson, you're good.
What if they trade Jefferson and like a 3rd-round pick for OBJ though?
That would be dumb. Because Jefferson's not proven yet.
Yeah, but that's like the whole, like, as soon as you drive the car off the lot, it's worth a lot less. They could have gotten OBJ for a 1st-round pick, and now we're talking a 1st and a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be tough.
All right. Next speedy receiver that's on the board. Who do we got?
I mean, Denzel Mims is probably the best receiver left.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's just really tough to see him making it another 18 picks.
Yeah, but what about Quintez Cephas from Wisconsin?
I wouldn't spend a day 2 pick on him. I really even wouldn't spend a 4th rounder on him.
Well, we don't have one of those, so.
There we go. So, I mean, there we go.
Now you're thinking.
Not yet.
Especially since almost all the other teams will have dressed wide receiver by the time we get to the 5th round.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, Elliot Wolf never found a new team, did he?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because he left Green Bay to go to the Browns, and the Browns let him go.
He is with the Patriots.
Oh, that's right, as an assistant.
That's a good pick. I mean, I have Winfield rated higher than Delpit.
Yeah.
Still a good pick. I saw him mocked a lot to Dallas in the 1st round. Delpit.
I think Delpit's a first round material.
Yeah.
It's just kind of how the draft board fell.
I look at the Browns roster and I think how talented they are every year, and it's
Who's their new head coach? Because it was Freddie Kitchen.
Shoot, I forgot. Who is it?
Cleveland Browns head coach. Oh, it's Kevin Stefanski. That's right.
That's
From the
right.
Vikings.
I was about to say Grant Delpit reminds me of a guy like Quentin Dix, and then I just saw they showed a highlight where he pursued the tackler and it hit him straight on. And then I realized that's not true. Because they were only showing interceptions, and then they started showing where he started hitting guys and taking good angles. So
I can't believe Zach Bond's fallen this far.
it's that diluted sample. I'm telling you.
It's that diluted sample.
One thing I want to point out too, a guy who I saw mocked like the 2020 early mock drafts, right after the 19 draft was over, AJ Epinesa was the top 5 pick, and he hasn't even gone yet. So it just proves how useless. We're gonna see 2021 mock drafts come out 2 hours after this draft is over, and I guarantee you half those guys won't even be 1st round picks.
Yeah, like last year, everybody was talking about Chase Young. Didn't even hear about him this year.
Shut up.
Tua Tagovailoa. What about Joe Burrow?
Whatever.
No, I mean, it's tough because we have guys who are first-round picks after the college season ends. Then they go to the combine and they run a 40 that's 0.2 slower than people expected. I don't know.
And here's the Buccaneers pick.
Well, they will not be going wide receiver. Probably.
Antoine Winfield.
Is it?
So Brady can once again have a good defense.
No, it's
With Adams being our smallest wide receiver at 6'4", I think we need a slot. Yeah, I agree. I like KJ Hamler. Well, how big is Denzel Mims? Isn't he like 6'1"?
He can't be. Well, we'll find out.
6'3". All right, so he's not that small. Never mind. He's still a big dude.
Well, it seemed like every receiver in the draft this year was a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
They were all 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". All had really good basketball highlights.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that we could use a slot guy and have Adams and Lazard on the outside. But see, Adams is really good from the slot, too. You could even argue that Adams is better from the slot.
Yeah, Adams plays smaller than he is, not really in a bad way necessarily, but he's not. He's not, when you watch him play, you don't think he's 6'4".
Yeah. Well, EQ, I think EQ is like 6'5". Alan Lazard is like 6'5". MBS is like 6'4".
The Packers love big receivers.
So, I mean, the Packers have tall guys.
This management group does.
Right. The Packers have tall guys. I just think they need a faster version of what Randall Cobb was in his prime. I mean, the Packers just need more speed, in my opinion.
That's why I liked Rieger so much. But then he got picked. So,
you know, after all these ESPN reports, I'm trying to imagine a world where the Packers actually don't take Jordan Love last night. I just kind of feel like no matter what happened, they were dead set on taking him if Joe Burrow wasn't there or Tua wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
just kind of feel like they were going to pick him even if a Kenneth Murray was on the board for the defensive side of the ball.
See, yeah, I honestly didn't think they were even going to go linebacker up until I saw that they were trading up. Because up until that point, I was skeptical that they were going to go with Murray or Queen because they just don't invest high draft picks in the linebackers. And then I got really excited because they traded up and jumped over Baltimore, who ended up taking Queen anyways. So, man. Well, Brett,
come on.
Brett, every time you mention somebody, they get picked like super,
And Kyle, both of you, stop talking.
So. Damn. I mean, thinking about the next kind of tier of receivers, you're looking at like Donovan Peoples-Jones.
I do not want Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah, that's like the one receiver that like I kind of be against taking. But I mean,
who's the guy? He's got like a hyphenated last name that's not Peoples-Jones. I know people kind of like him.
Yeah.
Is he from? Doesn't he go to Liberty?
Right, it's all good. Keep commenting.
Doesn't he go to? I think I know who you're talking about. Does he go to Liberty?
It's like Handy something, I think.
Yeah, they were talking about him before the draft started. I can't remember what his name is.
He's got to be close to the top 10 available, I think.
Antonio Gandy Golden.
Yeah.
He said, according to Syracuse.com, he's had the most contact with the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
I don't know when the Bills pick. I don't see them coming up yet. So, just saying, Mims is still up there. He's dropping. So,
yeah. We're getting into the range where the Packers could maybe part with their fifth and go get him. But, do they want to give up the fifth? It's not going to get them. It's not going to get them 15 spots, but maybe it could get them 5.
Right. So if the Packers are looking at wide receiver here, and actually ESPN has a great best remaining board.
Yeah.
We're looking at
It's
So this is according to ESPN.
Sucks. I'm kidding. I
like
like
Mel Kiper in that trash article they posted earlier on ESPN about Rodgers going to the Bears. You can't even call yourself a news organization after that. Get out. Okay. Denzel Mims, Chase Claypool from Notre Dame.
Forgot about him.
Devin Duvernay from Texas. Antonio Gandy Golden from Liberty. KJ Hill, Ohio State. Van Jefferson, Austin Mack. Lynn Bowden Jr., Gabriel Davis, Tyler Johnson.
I know a lot of people like Lynn Bowden, and we talked about Tyler Johnson a little bit earlier.
I haven't heard much about Van Jefferson. I couldn't even tell you what school he goes to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I just haven't heard much about him. I'm not saying he's not good.
Yeah, I like Chase Claypool. Notre Dame played him at tight end as well. Tight end and wide receiver, 6'4", 440, I think. So pretty fast for a taller guy, and he's got kinks he needs to oil out. But he's a guy the Packers might like because he blocks, and they like wide receivers that block. We're talking about
They love those screen passes for sure.
Exactly.
In terms of inside linebacker, I know that was asked earlier. So it says Ian Rappaport just said that Jets have traded out. The Seahawks are on the clock. In other news, so that at the inside linebacker position, according to ESPN rankings, Logan Wilson from Wyoming is the best available inside linebacker. Behind him, Jacob Phillips, LSU, Marcus Bailey from Purdue, Willie Gay Jr., Mississippi State, Sean Bradley from Temple, and Jordan Mack from Virginia. Those are just the next six.
Did Troy Dye get drafted?
No, not yet.
I know he's a guy that some people like. Same with Willie Gay.
Also,
go ahead.
In case anybody was wondering, Brandon Mann, the number one punter from Texas A&M, is still on the board.
Oh yeah, I think Goody's gonna trade it for him. The J.K. Scott experiment's over.
I was so mad when they traded for J.K. Scott, but I'm not so mad.
So here's a fun fact. After drafting Cole Kmet, the Bears now have 10 tight ends on their roster. 10.
Are you serious?
That should be illegal.
Cole Kmet, Jimmy Graham, Ben Brodiker, Darius Clark.
Jimmy Graham?
Yeah, on the Bears roster. They have
10. On the Bears? Okay.
Yeah. They have 10 tight ends. That's like kind of like last year when they had like 13 kickers or whatever, and like only one of them made the kick from 43 yards out that Cody Parkey missed in the playoffs.
Not enough, yeah. All right, the Falcons. All right, here's one for you. The Falcons replace or find the heir to Matt Ryan.
I don't know.
He's 35.
I was shocked though when I found out that he was 35. I thought he was younger than that.
Me too.
He's been in the league since 2008, so 12 years.
Matt Ryan's a solid guy.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. It wouldn't be a draft without Offset. Everyone's favorite. I think June's your big Offset guy, right? Oh boy. Let's not do that again. No, maybe the Falcons go running back here because I know they got Todd Gurley, but we don't know what's going on with him. So
I'm a big Lil Wayne guy.
I think every Packers fan is a big Lil Wayne guy.
Exactly.
Most Packers fans probably only know Lil Wayne. He's the only rapper.
I love the Eminem.
Yeah.
No.
Marlon
I actually
Davis.
really like Marlon Davidson.
That's a good pick.
Packers don't really need a defensive end, but still.
They need D-line because Kenny Clark is the only good D-lineman they got.
Right.
Yes,
Tyler Stackles on our edge rusher side.
I'm throwing shade at Dean Lowry there. Sorry, Dean.
Is he still on the Packers?
Yeah. That makes sense for Atlanta because they lost Vic Beasley, who was already kind of not doing so good. And
Yeah.
you need a good. I mean, there's so many good offenses in the NFC South, so you need to bolster your defense.
It's probably worth noting that to move up to this next pick, the Jets traded for 48. Who traded for? Yeah, Seattle traded for 48. They gave up 59 and 101. So a pretty high fourth rounder. That's the fifth pick of the fourth round, I think, maybe a little or whatever. So the Packers can't realistically trade up to this point without giving up their third, which would be absurd. So,
thanks for the story, Brett, about Chad Greenway. That's good.
I know this is random, and I hate the Vikings. Today, at one of my gas stations that I take care of, Jack Green was fueling his truck to go to visit his brother in Minnesota with his sister. I yelled, "Go Pack, go!" while he drove us. He gave me a thumbs down.
That's awesome.
Well, that's good. Good for you.
I wonder what it would if somehow Mims gets to 51. Now that seems like a random number, but the Bears select at 50, and I don't see the Bears trading with Green Bay at all. If Mims can make it to 51, do the Packers start thinking about moving on up?
No, I still don't. Like I just said, if the price to move up 10 spots in this round is a fourth round pick, we can't do that.
Oh, maybe we could trade our third round pick.
Then we should have done that a while ago.
Yeah.
Assuming that they don't view Mims as the best player that was available at the start of the day.
I could see them taking Claypool if he's there because, like you said, he's a good blocking receiver, and I could see it happening. So,
all right, Seattle, what do we got?
As long as it's not Mims.
It's probably a good idea to not get our hopes.
Okay, so they're replacing Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, didn't they draft a DN last night too? Or did they draft a linebacker? I think they drafted a linebacker last night. So they're for a team that's been criticized for their horrible offensive line, they haven't gone O-line. So for what that's worth.
Tennessee, the guy's pretty talented. I've actually seen a few highlights of him for whatever. I don't know where I saw them, but he's a pretty decent guy.
Yeah. Steelers pick is in. Their teams are going pretty fast now with their picks, so I mean,
yeah,
they know what's going on.
You know who the Draft Network has as Chase Claypool's pro comparison?
Who?
Alan
yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's actually kind of absurd.
Alan Lazard just barely played it down in the NFL.
Well,
yeah, so not really the most ambitious comparison, but
no.
Well, I saw a comparison of Jordan Love being compared to Joel Stave, and I was all up on that. So, Joel Stave, Badgers legend. Maybe Steelers go another Wisconsin offensive linebacker, and maybe Zach Bond finally goes here.
Oh, I thought John Schneider was going to kiss his son like a Tom Brady move.
We don't want to see that. Maybe the Steelers go quarterback. Roethlisberger is on. I mean, he's on the decline. He was injured most of last season. Grew a fantastic beard. I will say that.
Wasn't that guy who got hit in the head with a helmet from Oklahoma?
Shazier?
No. The guy who got hit in the head with a helmet.
Mason Rudolph?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe.
I actually don't know where Mason Rudolph's from.
No, actually, yeah, I'm thinking of somebody else. It was whoever was there before Mason Rudolph.
Landry Jones.
Landry Jones, that's what I'm thinking of.
XFL legend. Rest in peace, XFL. Mason Rudolph is Oklahoma State, so you're in the same ballpark there.
Let's see, I was close.
Gabriel Davis out of Central Florida.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't look at him as much as other guys, but I did like what I saw out of him. His frame is comparable to Mims. Also 6'3", 215. So don't know if I'd call him a slot receiver or not, but who knows?
Okay, so Gabriel,
maybe they go with another super tall guy. Well, I mean, like Gabriel Davis, for example. And like I said earlier, like I think Devontae Adams is arguably better from the slot. So maybe they decide to go Lazard and whoever they draft. Maybe it's Chase Claypool. Yeah, now Gabriel Davis is going to be gone, Brett. So
I mean, these aren't bad highlights. These aren't bad highlights from Davis himself.
yeah,
The guy can catch. His NFL comparison is OBJ.
Oh gosh, that's much more ambitious than
Like,
Allen.
look at that. He's really good at high pointing the ball. So I mean, it's not a bad pick.
yeah. So I mean, if you're looking at a guy like Davis or Claypool, you put him on the outside with Lazard on the other side and Adams in the slot. So
Oh.
that's kind of like what they did, with Lazard and Allison. Because Allison, you'd see him on the outside sometimes, but I mean, the Packers, they switch their guys up so much that I don't think it really matters. Anyways,
Yeah.
Somebody in one of the group chats I'm in pointed out that the quarterbacks for the Green Bay Packers are A-Rod and J-Lo.
yes,
So
Love
that's
that.
good stuff. Oh, they're showing Jalen Hurts here. Maybe this is
It has to be.
Hurts to Pittsburgh. I saw that mocked a couple times.
For a second, I almost said, is Oklahoma close to Pennsylvania?
No.
Aren't you a history teacher?
No, I'm a professional football player.
All right, here's Steelers pick. Here's creepy Roger Goodell.
Chase Claypool.
All right, well, there goes that pipe dream.
So they really think they can stick with Big Ben and Mason Rudolph.
I guess.
Interesting.
Well,
Some teams have this approach where when they have a Hall of Fame quarterback, they just stick with him and try and get him weapons instead of. I mean, what's that? Like, if you can move on, move on.
Drafting a wide receiver in the first round? What's that like?
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of going with a backup quarterback.
I wonder what teams don't like about Mims. What is that? The 9th wide receiver drafted?
I'm gonna look at his.
No, it's probably more than that. There were 6 in the first round.
I'm gonna look at his RAS score here. He has a really good RAS at 9.76.
Claypool.
No, Mims. He ran a 4.43 shuttle, which is, I mean, that's not good. His 40-yard dash was 4.38, which is really good.
Yeah.
Vertical jump is 38 and a half. So I mean, he has decent, scores. So I'm not aware of any like off-field things with him. So.
Well, that Claypool's a good Christian guy, so it's tough.
What? Oh, because of Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm like, where did you come with
You
that?
have to be
No.
religious to go to Notre Dame, because I know there's some like liberal, private college where you have
BYU is pretty strict.
Yeah, BYU.
I think BYU, you're not allowed to swear on campus.
I don't
You're
think,
not even allowed to have caffeine.
yeah, they don't even have soda, I don't think, on their campus.
Yeah.
What about non-caffeinated? Oh, wait. Non-car. Yeah, they could have non-caffeinated soda. Like,
They
I don't have my Sunkist with me. Fuck.
Easy.
Not
All right,
the biggest.
I'm looking at his draft profile on NFL.com. He's projected as a day 2 or round 2 pick.
Mims or Claypool? What are we talking
Mims. His prospect grade is 6.33, which is a starter within 2 seasons. So.
All right. The Bears are loading up on them defensive picks.
Yeah, they lost. Did they lose a corner to a free agency? So that makes sense for them. Sidebar: remember that like couple hours when the Packers put in a claim for Kyle Fuller and everybody went nuts?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's right. I remember that.
and then he dropped the game-winning interception in the next game.
Ooh.
So
Remember
yeah,
when Eddie Pinero missed that field goal?
remember when Cody Parkey missed that field goal and
Oh,
double doinked it?
My dad watches that video where the guy's yelling about Cody Parkey and he's just like cussing up a storm. He watches that like every month. Like whenever my dad's having a bad day, he watches that video.
Hey, Mike McCarthy's got his second pick of the draft here.
Pick is in. Let's see.
If they take Denzel Mims here, I'm
I'm gonna
gonna
be
personally
pissed.
tell Mike McCarthy I hate him.
Well, they do need defense, and I actually saw that people were grading the pick of CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys as like a C, which I was shocked at because, I mean, CeeDee Lamb fell, but it's because they need defense so bad that.
I think grading the draft is pretty tough because, like, are you grading it based on value? Because value isn't necessarily the best thing in the draft if it's not a good fit. Like, I don't know. Let's say the Ravens had the worst record in the league last year. You still don't want to take a quarterback. You still have Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Like, and I can sort of see that argument that the Cowboys had a pretty good number 2 wide receiver last year, and then Amari Cooper's great. So do you really want to invest your first round pick with Lamb? I don't know. We are also seeing Ezra Cleveland and Josh Jones fall down quite a bit.
Yeah,
so those
so
could be
I
interesting.
have a feeling that tackle could be addressed here in the second round. I don't like Ezra Cleveland as much because he reminds me of a Jason Spriggs, but I mean Josh Jones is a guy I liked from the beginning.
Michael Pittman Jr. out of USC. That's a good one. I like that.
He got picked.
Oh, he did?
He was 33rd, I think.
Yeah, he got picked super early.
Or no, 34th.
Okay.
So interesting comparisons here for Denzel Mims. I'm looking at Lance Zerline comparison to Traquan Smith, which is interesting. Which I think is even more interesting is the Draft Network comparison to Kenny Galladay. So
really,
take like Kenny Galladay
for what that's worth.
The Lions are weird because they're in our division, but you don't really mind seeing them do well because you know they suck.
Yeah. I think the Lions are easily the least hated team in the division just because they haven't done anything. They're not a threat.
Yeah, people just don't care.
I mean, speaking for myself, I think the most hated NFC North team changes between the Bears and Vikings based on who's better at the time. Personally,
for me, it's the Vikings hands down.
Well, that's because you're from Minnesota. So
like if I was going to say, I hate the Bears a lot more, but I know more Bears fans than Vikings fans.
Yeah, we had a Vikings fan in the chat last night.
We did.
Yeah, one of my buddies from the past, big Vikings guy.
For me, like
skull in the chat.
I understand the Bears and the Packers rivalry, and I get it, but I don't physically feel the same way when the Packers are playing the Packers are playing the Bears compared to when the Packers play the Vikings, because I just have Vikings fans all around me, and I just can't have it. I can't have it.
I think that Vikings fans are more obnoxious than Bears fans. I mean, even when both teams are equally good, I feel like Vikings fans are more obnoxious.
Yeah,
like when the Bears were doing good, or when they were good 2 seasons ago, I still got some obnoxious Bears fans, but I don't think that they're as obnoxious. Vikings fans think that they've won like 10 Super Bowls. And they're the best in the world, but
Vikings fans love dunking on the fact that we've had Aaron Rodgers for 15 years but only won 1 Super Bowl.
But yeah, I mean they had
franchise for many years.
Here's a fun fact: Cole Kmet says the Cubs suck, so he will be welcomed to Chicago with open arms, I'm sure.
Hey, wait, my grandpa was a Cubs fan.
Oh, no.
I'm a Twins fan, though. I just got a Cubs shirt on.
Yeah. Lacrosse is interesting, Brett, because it's right on the line with Minnesota, so I'm sure it's very similar to what Josh deals with in Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
I live right in the heart of Packer country, so there's considerably more Bears fans here than Minnesota fans. The Dallas pick is in, and I do know who it is, but they haven't announced it yet. So I will share it if you want me to, but I do not if you don't want me to.
Do you think it's a solid pick before they even announce it?
Do you want me to say it? Because I will.
No, just tell us if you think it's a solid pick.
It fits their needs, so it's not a receiver.
It's a running back.
No, it's not a running back.
It's a quarterback.
No. It fits one of their major needs that they need.
So it's an inside linebacker. I'm just kidding.
No. Zach Bond's still up there.
Don't they need a new tackle? Did that guy from Wisconsin ever come back?
It's not offense.
Frederick? Oh, okay.
Brett, you're from Oshkosh. All my family still lives there, so yeah.
Come on, Mike. Where you at, buddy, old pal?
Ah! Damn. There's Jerry Jones on his yacht.
Is he actually on his
yacht? Yeah, it's confirmed he is on a yacht. Which is the most Jerry Jones thing ever.
Look at the TV behind him. That's unbelievable.
That's what you do when you have billions of dollars.
No.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I like Trayvon Diggs, but they need defensive backs. Seem to be a little bit far behind because I just saw the Rams pick too, so I don't know why.
You saw the Rams pick on Twitter? Twitter gets further and further ahead as it goes on.
Yeah, because I didn't know the Packers pick until they announced it. So
the Eagles took Ayuk yesterday, didn't they?
So they took Rieger.
Oh yeah.
Niners traded up for Ayuk, which sucked.
Yeah, I wanted Jalen Rieger for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was my guy for the Packers, to be totally honest.
Is Clay Matthews still? No one's signing Clay Matthews, right?
No.
I'm not getting any ideas.
I mean, say they sign Clay for the veterans minimum and throw him an inside linebacker.
I don't think Matthews is going to play for the veterans minimum.
Yeah, we're up to 11 wide receivers have been drafted.
Yeah. And I would bet that Mims. I would be shocked if Duvernay or Davis goes over Mims.
Aaron Rodgers' brother is sweating over the fact that the Packers might get Denzel Mims. So there's that. Here.
There's McCarthy. There he is. What a guy.
There. New banner.
Wait, where'd you see that?
From Luke Rogers' actual Twitter account.
Oh, Luke Rogers.
He was.
What about Jordan? What about Jordan? What does Jordan Rogers want? That's what I want to know.
Jordan Rogers, I don't know. All right. Well, the Rams take a running back early to replace Todd Gurley. I did not try and make that rhyme, but it did. That's just kind of how it came out. To be totally honest, I'm
spitting bars.
Like, can somebody please convince me that taking a running back in rounds 1 or 2 is a good idea? Because I really don't think it is.
Think so.
I just don't. I don't.
I mean, the Rams do need a running back though, because unless they're going to go with Darrell Henderson.
What does it tell you about Ohio State that J.K. Dobbins still hasn't been drafted?
Yeah, that's interesting.
You have to imagine that
maybe the Packers go J.K. Dobbins. Maybe this is the time.
No, we need Mims. We need him.
I think Mims can go to Philly because Philly is super desperate for wide receivers. Even though they took one already, I think they could take another one.
If they take a second wide receiver, they're dumb.
They could though. They need receivers bad. Maybe Philly goes for the quarterback.
No, they have to do offensive line. Carson Wentz is getting absolutely destroyed.
Well, that's his own fault.
Yeah, throw the ball.
Yeah.
Can we see like Tyler Biadasz here? It says they need a center.
Possibly.
I was going to say, is it possible we see 3 Badgers in round 2? But yeah, still is. Biadasz was always going to be near the end of the round.
Where is the Rams GM drafting? Like, is he looks like he's in like a trailer home or something, or like a shed. I don't know. It's weird.
Maybe he always works from work, so he set up like a home office and his like what do you call it? Like a pool house?
No way! They selected Jalen Hurts.
What? I was joking about quarterback.
No way!
Wow, that's huge.
That's shocking. I cannot believe they just selected Jalen Hurts. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Why in the world? Why?
Texting my buddy that's an Eagles fan to make fun of him because that's ridiculous.
That's a really bad pick. Hey, Josh, Brett wants you to throw out your Cubs shirt. But he knows you're a Twins fan, but he wants you to throw out the Cubs shirt.
I am a Twins fan. I'll throw out that Cubs shirt. That's fine. I've had the shirt for like 4 years.
I'm going to turn the lights on. Really losing natural light quickly.
So why wouldn't the world would the Eagles take quarterback Jalen Hurts? I mean, they have Carson Wentz. Do they really think Carson Wentz is that beat up? Are they going to trade him? I just don't understand the rationale for this.
I mean, maybe they just don't think that Wentz is going to last much longer. Maybe they just want a good backup. I don't know. A good backup is too early for the second round.
The second round? I just don't get it.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable. Let us know in the chat what you think about the Eagles taking quarterback Jalen Hurts, because I am as shocked as anybody.
Yeah.
Are they going to use him as trade bait? Is that what they're going for here?
But see, that's dumb, because what are you going to get? I mean, are you going to – I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense.
Let's look at the guaranteed money on – okay, so in 2024, the last year of Carson Wentz's contract, he has a dead cap amount of $6 million. So it falls off quite a bit by then, but it's $15 million in 2023 and nearly $25 million in 2022.
So they let Jalen Hurts sit behind Carson Wentz for 2 years, then they move on from Carson Wentz. Or they're just waiting for Carson Wentz to get hurt again.
Maybe they think they can trade Carson Wentz sooner, like how the Chiefs traded Alex Smith.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's You know,
Shocking.
for as much as we talk crap about Packers Twitter, I can only imagine what Eagles Twitter is right now because
And Rodgers is 10 years older than Wentz.
Something like that. And it feels like Carson Wentz has already went through a whole career because the guy's injured all the time.
Yeah. I didn't see Howie Roseman's kids there, so it looked like he was just going to high five nobody, ironically.
So Buffalo, that's the team I talked about earlier that had the most interest in the guy from the wide receiver from Liberty, Gandy Golden. So maybe we could see him go here. See what his.
If we see a mini run on wide receivers here, it's really going to suck.
Yeah,
because this is the point where the Packers might only have to part with maybe, maybe not yet, but soon we're going to get to the point where it would take a 6th round pick to move up 4 spots or whatever.
Yeah.
And that might make a lot of sense.
Lance Zerline has Gandy Golden as a 4th, 5th round projection, so I don't know if Buffalo would go with Gandy Golden here.
Yeah, I mean, nobody did expect the Cardinals to trade away Josh Rosen and draft Kyler Murray. That's true.
What's funny too is I was out of all the quarterbacks from that 2018 draft class, I was most excited about Josh Rosen, and he's turned out to be the worst out of all the ones taken in the first round. Because it was Baker, it was Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. So. And also, I don't know if the Bills even go receiver at all because they did just trade.
Yeah, acquired Diggs. Yeah, if that would be using your 1st and your 2nd round pick to get a wide receiver.
Yeah,
multiple wide receivers.
So I'm not really sure where Buffalo's going to go here.
Yeah, if I'm Buffalo, I wait a little bit for a wide receiver, but
yeah.
Mel only has Denzel Mims as his 3rd best available. So I don't know what. I'm really curious as to why Mims has. Because I saw a lot of people projecting Mims to the Packers at 30. So now he might not even make it to 62. There's the Buffalo pick.
This is the Bills' first pick?
Yep. Oh, wow. That's a good pick. That's the guy I was talking about earlier who was like a projected top 5 pick in early mocks last year.
Building on that defense for sure.
Yeah. That's a really good value pick there. I mean, you're looking at late 1st round value in the middle of the 2nd. June's retired already. We're only an hour and 48 minutes in.
Yesterday, I was doing a video call with some people while we were watching the draft, and I yawned at like 9:30, and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it to the Packers pick. Then I went to bed at 2:40.
Gosh.
See, Brett likes Tyler Johnson. Yeah, I like Tyler Johnson out of Minnesota. I don't think he's going to go in the 2nd round, but
how many teams can take a wide receiver in twice in the top 3 rounds? Like, if Mims goes here, I don't know if it makes sense for the Packers to go wide receiver before round 3, because how many guys are going to come off the board again when we've already seen?
I think if Mims comes off the board,
receivers drafted.
I think if Mims comes off the board, you're looking at like Josh Jones, Ezra Cleveland, offensive line, defensive line possibly.
Yep.
J.K. Dobbins is still available, so maybe J.K. Dobbins. I'm kidding about J.K. Dobbins. I don't think it's going to happen. But, I don't know. And yeah, I'm not giving hope on EQ either, Brett. I mean, it's hard to say because he was injured. He didn't play a single game last year, so.
All right, well, we're We're only 7 picks away from pick 62.
I'm going to see who's. So we have Baltimore right now, and then we have Miami and Los Angeles and the Rams.
It goes Baltimore, Miami, Rams, Vikings, Jets, Ravens. Ravens again, so we got the Ravens twice before we pick. Titans, and then Packers, obviously.
You know, I really want to say the Packers are going to draft Denzel Mims if Mims is there. Because like last night, I thought the Packers were going to draft Patrick Queen. But after last night, I guess I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Didn't the Packers talk to Ezra Cleveland a bunch?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a guy.
I feel like we could see Ezra Cleveland, which I mean, I'm not really a fan. So.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We got. Excuse me. This dude is shocked that there was confetti. He's like, "Wow, that's cool."
You have to have confetti on draft night.
Here are some of the best available, according to Gil Brandt, who's one of my favorite people I listen to or I read on Twitter. Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones, Zach Bond, Matt Hennessy, J.K. Dobbins. This tight end from Mizzou, I'm not going to say his last name. Neville Gallimore. So you're looking at, a couple offensive tackles, linebacker. Lynn Bowden is a guy, too, from Kentucky.
Yeah.
At wide receiver, as well as Mims.
If the Packers take one of the best available, you kind of got to be okay with that. We got 2 defensive tackles, the guy from Texas A&M and the guy from Mizzou, Mad U Bike. That's obviously how his name is pronounced. And Jordan Elliott. There's definitely some interesting names here, and they're at Packers positions of needs. This isn't really relevant, but whenever I do mock drafts, I feel like whenever I get the best available, it's always like running backs and then positions that I don't want for the Packers. Yeah. So if the board actually falls in a way where they have their pick at multiple positions they need, like O tackle, D tackle, and wide receiver, that would be great.
Mike says we have to go wide receiver. We still are 7 picks away.
Yeah.
And the Ravens could use a receiver, so they had the fewest receiving yards by any receiving core last year. So, Mims could go here to Baltimore.
Is that a result of them not needing to pass the ball because they're always ahead? And the fact that they had a really good tight end?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, Mims from Baylor, he's got to be the go-to guy at this point for Brian Gutekunst if you're thinking wide receiver. I said earlier that I wasn't expecting, or nobody rather was expecting Jordan, our quarterback last night. We were all thinking inside linebacker, or at least I was. And I know Kyle was too, because the Packers traded up, and I straight up asked Kyle, Kyle, what's going to happen here? Kyle rightly said Patrick Queen, and that wasn't the case.
It had been mocked so often that the Packers were, not often, but I did see a couple mocks where the Packers were trading up to get Queen, and they were jumping, Baltimore to get him. So when I saw that they jumped Baltimore last night, I immediately thought Patrick Queen because I had seen it. So, and it made sense.
But, you have to think wide receiver at this point at 62.
Yeah. Depending if Mims isn't there, then I don't know if you go wide receiver then. Because Mims is really the only other guy right now I would take in the second round. Because Claypool's gone, Hamler's gone. So
I think if Goot takes any other position than a wide receiver or an inside linebacker or an offensive lineman, you have to wonder what he's thinking.
I still don't know what he's thinking with Jordan Love, but
if we don't get a wide receiver tonight, it doesn't necessarily have to be at 62. It can be at 94. But if we don't get a wide receiver tonight, I'll be a little upset. Just a little.
Just a little. Just a little bit, huh?
Agreed.
I'll still be a Packer fan. My fandom is not on the line.
That's good to know. Maybe they go with a guy like Devin Duvernay from Texas. Here comes the Ravens pick. I feel like this could be Mims here.
Did John Harbaugh shave his head? Is that who I'm looking at?
Oh, they go J.K. Dobbins over there in Baltimore.
Interesting.
Add some more speed to that offense.
But see, Baltimore still has one more pick before Green Bay does. So
Fred says, at this point, I'm planning on Green Bay trading up for Fromm. I'm assuming you mean Jake Fromm from Georgia. Just stack on the quarterbacks. Just stack them up. Why not?
It's the most important position in the NFL. If we have all of them, somebody else will come knocking.
You know what? Like, just take all the quarterbacks. Then you have all of them. People have to come get them from you.
Yep. Sign Cam Newton. Sign Jameis Winston. We just round them all up.
J.K. Dobbins is interesting here because they do have Mark Ingram. We'll go to Brett's comment here. I'm
Yeah.
talking.
I like Troy Dye. I think a lot of people like Troy Dye. I think he's a good athlete.
Yeah.
And he's got the potential to be a 3-down linebacker.
Yep.
He's the kind of guy, if we don't make a move for a linebacker at 62, that I would like to move up for in the 3rd round if necessary.
So the Dolphins pick is in, and they have 1,000 picks in this year's draft.
Yep.
In all seriousness, I believe they have 15 total, maybe 16 now. Because, well, Kyle, right?
I think it was originally 14.
Okay.
They got the extra 4th rounder from Green Bay last night.
Yep. Now it's 15. Actually, though, I have a serious question. At what point, as a general manager, do you kind of say, okay, like that's enough draft picks? Like, if you're Brian Gutekunst, do you say like, okay, like the Packers have 10 draft picks, for example? Do you say, okay, 10's enough?
Well, you have to think about it too. You have to all these guys you're drafting go on your salary cap. So it all depends on how many guys you're willing to pay.
How many is too many, you know?
For a team like the Packers, when you're talking 5 of them are in the last 2 rounds, that's probably too many. Every year we see guys that the Packers take in the 7th and 6th rounds not make the roster.
Yeah.
And if you're drafting a guy to be with you for a month, or I guess 3 months or whatever, I don't care, 4 months.
Yeah.
But the Miami's in a very different situation. They traded players to free up roster spots for this last year, and then they signed guys off the street that they're not attached to. Like they gave up Minkah Fitzpatrick and that running back and that wide receiver and all those players. But so I think for the Dolphins, the number is much higher than for the Packers. But if the Packers had 5 picks in the first 2 rounds, I might feel a little differently.
I honestly won't be shocked if the Packers, I know we're kind of switching gears again. I have a feeling it's going to be one of the lines here for Green Bay at 62 because
I wonder if anybody would call about a trade back, because if you could get a 3rd and a 4th, like a high 3rd, and a high 4th, like,
because I mean we're drafting. There's 2 other picks in the 2nd round after us, and then it's the 3rd round. So
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Pick up a 4th rounder you lost and move back like 6-7 spots into the 3rd.
How would you? I mean, Mike makes a good point. He says the Packers could go with Bond from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with that?
I mean, that's a popular pick because he goes to Wisconsin.
I think that the reason a lot of people like that pick is that with his athleticism, some people think he could possibly shift inside, and he could play at a lot of different positions and give you some different looks.
Miami goes Raekwon Davis, defensive tackle from Alabama. That's a good pick for their. That's one of the best available. So, but yeah, I mean, I think Bond is a good pick, but I'm just not sure because he's listed as offensive or outside linebacker, and I don't know how much we need an outside linebacker right now. So. But Pettin does like moving guys around, so a guy like Zach Bond doesn't necessarily. I mean, I would be cool with Zach Bond on the team. So as long as it's really not a quarterback or a punter or a kicker, I really don't care where we go here.
So now social media is just absolutely going to go bonkers with Aaron Rodgers and Carson Wentz because presumably their successors have been taken in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz is owed a lot of money. He's on a really big contract. Like compared to Aaron Rodgers, everybody's going to be talking about Carson Wentz now, though. Like Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love, that's old news.
Yeah.
But do you think though that I think that Jalen Hurts is more of an insurance policy if Carson Wentz gets hurt than he would be a replacement, right?
Yeah.
I saw some people comparing Hurts to Taysom Hill.
Really?
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see that either. I think people are
Hurts
dumb.
was he like a wide receiver or something in high school, or like a running back? I don't know. I don't know why he'd be compared to.
I know that Hurts kept telling NFL scouts and GMs that yes, he is a quarterback and nothing else. I don't know.
Yeah, so I guess people are at least curious about it. I don't know. Bond's the number one available.
The Rams are up.
Wait, I feel like he has gone. He slipped because of his diluted sample, which I think is ridiculous because he just drank more water.
Yeah.
Wasn't there some sort of a concern about his weight, though, that he was drinking so much water or something like that?
Yeah, he wanted to bulk up, so he drank a lot of water. Let's see here.
I'll tell you what, the Packers could go a lot of ways here at 62, but the only way that would make me really mad, aside from taking a kicker or a punter, would be Donovan Peoples-Jones. I really do not like him.
You got something against him, Junes.
Yeah, I just he was a 5-star recruit whose production never really matched up. He was never really the best receiver on a bunch of mediocre Michigan squads.
So Rashawn Gary at wide receiver is what you're saying.
No, I think Rashawn Gary is going to be good. I do think Donovan Peoples-Jones is trash.
Rashawn Gary was highly recruited out of high school. Didn't have a lot of production in college, but he was hyped. That's why I was comparing him to Rashawn Gary.
I get the comparison. I think relative to Peoples-Jones, Gary was more productive.
I'll be back.
Oh, now it's just me and you. So
He needed a break.
I guess. But yeah, 5 picks away from Green Bay. I haven't seen any trades. So
yeah, at this point, it would only cost you a 6th if you really wanted to go get him.
Which, I mean, if you have a guy.
Yeah, but you have to know sort of where.
Brad, did they go wide receiver officially? I haven't seen. I think Brad was giving us spoilers last night. I haven't seen anything on Twitter, so.
The Rams are good at wide receiver unless they're trading one of their guys.
Yeah, they have Woods. So they still have Cooks, right?
Yeah, and that the one that's good, Cup.
Yeah, they're all good. Yeah, they don't need a receiver, so I don't know if. Maybe they go quarterback here.
The Rams?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you really want Eason or Fromm that bad?
I don't know. Oh, Cooks got traded to the Texans. That's what Brett said. Did he seriously? Did I skip over that?
Just now?
No, he got traded earlier in the offseason. Yeah, Cooks got yeah, he did get traded to the Texans. Mike, who's still out there for good wide receivers other than Mims. The only wide receiver I would take right now in the second round is Mims. I wouldn't go Duvernay or Gabriel Davis or Gandy.
Yeah, Gandy.
Or I mean, I haven't. You could say Van Jefferson maybe, but I haven't learned much about him, so I'm not sure about Van Jefferson.
Hey, I'm back.
Well, we do not need to worry about Van Jefferson.
Why did he just get picked?
Yeah, that's who the Rams are going.
Oh, so Brett, you were right about receiver. No,
Hey,
Brad. Sorry, not Brett. Brad was correct about receiver.
Van Jefferson.
I don't know. I can't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know much. I didn't really scout him much, so I'm not sure. Now I'm curious about him because that's like the one I must have like, looked over him. He's got NFL lineage.
No, I had to do some stretching, stand up.
He had a pretty good grade. NFL had him as a prospect grade of 6.27, which is potential for a quality starter within a couple seasons.
Okay, so Brett's already talking about Denzel Mims, so clearly he's not going to be there at 62. I think the Vikings
Okay, the Jets are the team to worry about here.
I would argue, well, because the Jets went receiver, didn't they? I think the Jets went receiver in the first round. I'm more worried about.
No, I don't think they did.
Didn't they take Chiesen?
I don't remember who they took. Damn it, who did they draft? I'm more worried about Baltimore taking Mims here because Baltimore needs receivers.
The Jets took Becton round 1.
Okay, never mind. So, yeah, I guess I would be worried about the Jets a little bit because they did lose Robbie Anderson.
If they just took Dobbins, you think they're going to go another offensive weapon?
Why not? What's stopping them?
It'll be interesting to see what the Vikings do here because they have needs on the offensive line. I think they have to go offensive line here.
I think that
I'm hoping offensive line or some sort of defensive player because their defense is getting expensive.
Who's pick 61? I don't know.
Tennessee
is like 61. Tennessee has 61.
Yeah.
Also, if the Vikings draft Ben Bartch here, I will lose it. I'll be happy. Don't get me wrong. I'll be happy, but
yeah, I still think the Vikings need.
I hope they go Ben Bartch here. I hope my guy Ben Bartch goes.
I want him in the third. Yeah, I'm okay with that because I didn't like him. I'm okay with that. They can have him.
Hey, Kylie, you mentioned a few times last night you didn't want Ezra Cleveland.
No, because he reminds me of Jason Spriggs. I hope the guy is successful, not with the Vikings. I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, he sucks, because like he's obviously better than I am. But he reminds me of he reminds me of Jason Spriggs.
Man, Ezra Cleveland was born at 11 pounds. That's a big baby.
And he was born early, so that's crazy.
Huh.
Okay, so if we're looking at the top 6 available, according to ESPN, you got Bond, Josh Jones, Justin Majubike, Jordan Elliott, Denzel Mims, and Logan Wilson. So we got 2D tackles there with Majubike and Elliott, Mims a wide receiver, Wilson and Bond linebackers, and Jones a tackle. I don't know. That's all sort of interesting to me. Just reading the scouting report on Logan Wilson, they think he can be a 4-down linebacker. I don't know. He played defensive back in high school, so they think he has pretty good coverage skills. And so much of it with linebackers is instincts, though. You want him to be there before the guy knows what's happening. You
have to think the Jets want to get Sam Darnold some ammunition here.
Yeah. I would say I don't know who the Titans have besides A.J. Brown, but they could probably use a wide receiver too. Mims could go any of these next 3 picks.
I don't see him going to Baltimore.
I do, because Baltimore needs a receiver. And so just interesting development here. The Jets are still a minute and a half left on the clock, and they have not traded or they have not selected. So maybe the Packers are working something here. Who knows?
The Packers would have to combine, obviously, their second round with probably their 5th or 6th round pick.
which is I'm okay. I would be okay with jumping up to Jets here and selecting Mims and jumping over
All right, well,
Tennessee and Baltimore. Oh, last pick is in, so.
Is this going to be Sam Darnold's? Is he going into his 3rd year or 2nd year?
3rd year.
3rd year?
Same class as Baker and Rosen and Lamar. Josh Allen, too.
I mean, like, is Josh Rosen even a bad quarterback? I just feel like nobody's given him a fair shot. And now he's behind Tua. I mean, that's just rough. Oh no, Brad might be onto something here in the chat. Sorry for the spoilers.
Thanks, Brad.
Well, Brad, if it's a spoiler, I mean, it is what it is, but
It's probably Mims.
and it wouldn't surprise me if it's Mims. At the end of the day, the Packers drafting Jordan Love is sort of a cop-out for saying they could have had a good wide receiver. But I don't want to go that route yet.
Only like 8 wide receivers have been drafted in between Mims or Love and here.
Yep. The thing about the Jets is they need a talented young wide receiver because they just lost Robbie Anderson to the Carolina Panthers. You have to think Sam Darnold wants a weapon here. Just at the end of the day, just say it's Brett's fault. You know what? I think that's what Aaron Rodgers says. It's Brett's fault. I'm kidding.
You know, Jeremy Chin is a guy I like too. I don't know if we go with him because he's a defensive back, but
okay, so according to ESPN, the number 1 available player left on the board is Zach Bond from Wisconsin. After that, a guy like that Kyle already mentioned, Josh Jones, offensive tackle from Houston. Denzel Mims, Jeremy Chin just mentioned. Julian Aquara from Notre Dame, defensive end. Packers don't need him. Just trying to think about notable names here. Troy Dye.
just saying, Jeremy Chin's pro comparison is Harrison Smith. So just throwing that out there.
Okay, so let's say that Denzel Mims is taken here.
That's because he is. I mean, if Brad said it's disappointing, then the only thing that really would disappoint me right now is Mims.
So after Mims, it's Devin Duvernay, Antonio Gandy Golden, KJ Hill, Brian Edwards, Colin Johnson. Those are the next few best wide receivers on the board yet.
Which aren't guys I would take in the 2nd round.
If you can get the 14th best wide receiver in this draft in the 2nd round, you have to take him.
I just really think the Packers need a wide receiver, and for Brian Gutekunst to ignore that in the early,
He has to have a lot of faith still in guys like Funchess and.
I don't know if he's ignoring it. I don't know what his options were. He gave up his 4th rounder last night to get a quarterback, and that hamstringed his ability to move today.
I just don't want his pick of his decision to get ready for the future to tie his hands for the present, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in seeing the Smith brothers face off against Ezra Cleveland now, and we'll get that twice a year.
I gotta love the booze, though. Come on.
It's still corny.
New York Jets pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. Jets like Denzel
Ah!
Brad, quit giving us spoilers. I want to be disappointed in real time, not 2 minutes before. Oh, man. I don't know who this puts as the best receiver now. I mean, Gandy Golden, maybe? I don't know.
You messed up. Ah.
The Patriots have traded up to the Ravens pick. So it goes Patriots, Tennessee, maybe the I don't know why they would do it, but maybe New England's going quarterback here, Fromm or Eason.
Were they worried about Tennessee taking another quarterback?
No, they're worried about Green Bay taking another quarterback. I don't know where New England was drafting from originally. So
Denzel Mims is off the board. Devin Duvernay, 5'11", 200 pounds. He's a slot receiver. Tyler Johnson from Minnesota is a guy I really like. And I don't know why he's ranked so far behind a bunch of other guys.
Mike, I'm not really sure which free agent wide receivers are still available. I mean, I knew Marquise Lee was available, but then the Patriots picked him up. I'm going to look that up.
Mohamed Sanu.
Yeah, no.
Philip Dorsett.
Let's see here. Yeah, you're really not looking at the cream of the crop here as far as talent. According to Sport Track, the best available receiver is Paul Richardson. Taylor Gabriel is available. That could be a guy maybe. But I don't know about getting free agents.
You know, I think, first of all, why is Bill Belichick's desk empty? And I know I saw his dog earlier, which was hilarious. I'll never get over Adam Gase's
Eyes.
yeah, his like eye, whatever he was doing. All right, let's see what the Patriots do here.
And we're going to figure out in just a few moments what's going on there. And now we believe we have everything squared away. Let's go find out what the Patriots are doing at pick six.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is quarterback.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 60th pick with the 60th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots select Josh Uche.
All right, so
That's a decent pick for that. I like Josh Uche for Michigan.
they're
That's kind of like he's kind of like he's more of an edge guy than he is an inside linebacker guy, but he kind of reminded me of Bond a little bit. So.
all right. Well, we're 2 picks away here. Tennessee is up next. Their first pick was Isaiah Wilson, a tackle from Georgia. Tennessee's needs here. You have to imagine that they want to go with more offensive linemen. Obviously, they have a huge running game there with Derrick Henry. I don't see them taking a wide receiver here just because they're not going to put their draft capital around in a wide receiver that has an offense that revolves around a running back. I can see defense here.
I'm really. Are you talking about Tennessee right now?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Do you
I was gonna say. I mean, I really think that if Green Bay didn't want a guy like Josh Jones, that they would have traded back. I have a feeling that Green Bay is going to go Josh Jones here because he was mocked consistently in the first round, like late first round, going to like Minnesota. I honestly think that Green Bay, if I have any insider knowledge, which I don't, I have a feeling that they go Josh Jones here. So,
all right. Just quick shout out to all of the people out there that are trying to help others during this difficult time. want to give a shout out to shelltastic.com, who makes great Packers-themed masks. And I actually already bought 2 of them. They're super cool. She makes them herself. She has all the materials prepared. Go follow at Shelltastic on Twitter or shelltastic.com. This isn't a sponsor or anything. I just think that she's doing some wonderful work over there. If you want to get a good Packers-themed mask, I guess this is one that she touts on her website. Head on over to shelltastic.com. The link is in the comments. Like I said, for myself, can't have enough Packers-themed masks. That's it.
The Packers are now on the clock, so are they going to trade back? I don't know. I'm thinking they're going to go. I mean, my guess is Josh Jones, but I mean, I've been wrong this entire night. So
I don't think they can draft another guy whose name starts with J-O. It's confusing.
Who did the Titans pick? Well, obviously they haven't picked yet, but Kyle knows.
No, I don't. I'm not looking at Twitter.
Disappointed in real time.
Disappointed in real
That's the quote of the night.
I wouldn't mind the linebacker from Wyoming.
Yeah, Logan Wilson.
Yeah.
You have to think they prioritize wide receiver at this point.
Yeah, but there's no good wide receivers, so I don't know why. There's not any wide receiver on the board I would take at 30 or at 62 right now.
That's fair.
I honestly don't know how many wide receivers can go in the next 32 picks. If 16 teams have already taken one, maybe the other 16 want one, but
maybe they go quarterback. Jake
and
Fromm.
I honestly don't know if there's a player left on the board that I would look at and say, that guy's better than the wide receivers we have on the roster. I felt like Mims was the last guy that clearly fell in that category.
Interesting.
I'm surprised in a draft class where the wide receiver was super deep that we didn't get
one of the top 15 guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Like one of the 10, 15 guys that everybody talked about. I'm surprised.
One guy that if you guys listen to our part 2 of our podcast, about the mock draft, we went through the first 2 rounds, and Neville Gallimore is the guy we all unanimously selected in the second round. He's still on the board, so maybe it's a guy like Neville Gallimore, D lineman. So just throwing it out there. That didn't get any applause from the peanut gallery, so I'm just gonna move on from that. Maybe
I feel like the pace needs to pick up in the second half of each round. Like at this point, I'm just bored.
Yeah.
Yeah, this definitely, it feels like it's like definitely been dragging on for a while now.
I thought the second round would go a little faster, and I know that each round goes a little faster, but I didn't think it'd be this long for pick 62. I mean, because after this we have about 30 picks until the Packers' next pick.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long time.
Right up, of course.
Packers went offensive line last year in the second round. Elton Jenkins. So I don't know. Maybe they do it again.
I'm thinking Tennessee's taking defense or offensive line. That's just my hunch here.
Mike Vrabel, his house is not as interesting as it was yesterday. A little disappointing.
I just think that what's his name from the Cardinals? Cliff Kingsbury is flexing on everybody. All right, so like I just said, they go defense there.
That's a good pick. That's good value. I've been saying that all night, but it's good value. So that means the Packers have been on the clock for a while.
All right, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
My two favorites at this point are Josh Jones.
Yeah, Josh Jones, offensive tackle. I mean, what if they do pick Zach Bond from Wisconsin? Well, the pick is in already, so they already know who they're going to pick here. In terms of wide receivers, the Packers go wide receiver here. According to ESPN, the top wide receivers are Devin Duvernay from Texas, Antonio Gandy-Golden from Liberty, J. Hill, Ohio State, and Brian Edwards from South Carolina. In terms of overall, Zach Bond is the number one overall choice for ESPN Big Board. Outside linebacker, I don't see outside linebacker as a position in need for the Packers. I certainly think they need interior linebacker. Otherwise, I'd be happy with Josh Jones from Houston. The Packers need a tackle. They can't just hang around with Ricky Wagner for a few years. Interior defensive line, Jordan Elliott from Missouri. Even if they go tight end, Adam Troutman from Dayton, I just think it has to be offensive tackle or wide receiver here. And if it's not, you wonder what Goot's thinking. You wonder what's going on.
What about Adam Troutman, tight end Dayton? According to Mel Kiper, he is the 5th best available player.
It's Sternberger season, baby.
I don't know if anybody believes that.
Jace does. He said he's not here to be the water boy. Key departures, Kyler Fackrell.
That's the biggest key departure.
Kyle, don't look at your phone.
No, I don't know who it is yet.
All right, well, Bryant. Oh, hey, Goody's got the University of Wisconsin Madison sweatshirt on there.
54% of wide receiver snaps last year were from undrafted players. That is less than stellar.
Here we go.
What?
Are
Why?
you freaking?
Why? I mean, do they think that they don't want to re-sign Jones and Williams? That's my initial reaction to that.
What is that? The Packers just picked A.J. Dillon, running back from Boston College.
I didn't know who A.J. Dillon was. I thought he was a corner.
Are you serious? Running back?
I mean, it's a skill position that Rodgers wants.
No.
But it's not the right one. What? I just don't get that.
I'm getting mad on Twitter. Excuse me.
I don't understand that.
I'm sorry. Why in the world would they just pick a running back?
Yeah, I don't get that.
Why in the world would the Packers draft a running back? Please, somebody explain to me. All right. Well, the Packers, once again, they do select running back A.J. Dillon from Boston College. Yeah, Brad makes a good point. We might be the only team to not pick a position of our 5 most needed. Running back was absolutely not a position of need for this upcoming season. Dylan says, loving these picks. From a Vikings fan, you have to be absolutely ecstatic. But once again, yes, the Packers do select running back A.J. Dillon from Boston College. The rationale for that is beyond me at this point. I just said the Packers should draft a wide receiver or offensive.
Well, here's Aaron Nagler.
Literally every. Go ahead, Kyle.
Both Jamal Williams and Aaron Jones are entering last year on their deals, which we all know. He suspects Dillon would be the replacement for Jamal Williams, which makes sense, I guess. But you're still looking at, at least a year down the road.
Drafting a drafting a running back in the second round is not a good idea for the Packers right now. That's not what they need.
Especially when there was kind of just a run on running backs.
Right.
Like, I understand we're armchair GMing this. We don't know as much as they do. But, like, if you looked at Mel Kiper's best available, it seemed like everybody on his list of best available were better fits.
Right.
Like the linebacker from Wyoming that we were talking about, Wilson, the O-lineman from Houston, Josh Jones, even Bond, you could, like, see specific packages where he would be used. This guy's third string on the chart right now. And that's... so far, we have not taken a player who will be in our starting 22. 2 picks in. Coming off an NFC championship where we clearly had holes.
From Matt Schneidman here, Matt LaFleur said at the combine he wanted a better number 3 to complement Jones and Williams, who are, as we said, both are free agents next year. So this is another pick for the future. Dylan did rush for 4,300 yards and 38 rushing touchdowns in 3 seasons at Boston College, which are records for Boston College. So, according to NFL.com, his draft or NFL comparison is James Conner, who he's a decent running back. James Conner is so. It's interesting what I mean. There's I get the Jordan Love pick more than this one.
I don't get this pick at all, honestly. I mean, either this Goots draft board was either really bad or
I mean, and we did see, now keep in mind, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. When Devontae Adams was out for the 4 games last season, we did use Aaron Jones more as a receiver. So maybe they're thinking about, making Aaron Jones more of a hybrid and using, Dylan and Jamal as more of the, running backs. But that's me playing devil's advocate right now for the pick.
So
I'm just trying to reason out and not get over Goody is a horrible drafter and I want him fired, because that's not going to get anybody anywhere.
No. And I really don't want to go down that road, but you do have to wonder what he's thinking with A.J. Dillon there at the 62nd pick. You have to think the Packers maybe aren't even thinking about, paying a lot of money to Aaron Jones for him to stay around. Because
yeah, I mean, that could be true. I know there's been mutual interest between the two, but
maybe they're gearing up. Maybe this is kind of how I feel now with a running back. I'll wait for the Chiefs to pick, and I actually have a good point to make. All right. The Chiefs just selected Willie Gay Jr., linebacker from Mississippi State.
If we make that pick, everybody's like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes.
Even if, Willie Gay might have not been our starter and Kirksey would have been, we still would have used him in packages. The problem is, we took a guy who should be 3rd on our carries count, assuming health.
Okay, hear me out.
And you don't split snaps at quarterback.
Matt LaFleur is influencing Brian Gutekunst to turn the Packers into the future Tennessee Titans, where they just ran the ball with Derrick Henry a gazillion times a game.
Yeah, but
I don't think I'd go that far, but it's almost to the point where
when Aaron Jones was doing good last year, Matt LaFleur was like, I think we're using Aaron Jones too much. So
I don't get it.
That's the opposite of the Derrick Henry strategy.
Matt LaFleur is not a West Coast coach. He is not a guy who's going to pull Mike McCarthy and throw the ball 45 times a game.
You think about it now, too. You even have to look at, even Tyler Ervin. So now we have, 4 running backs, not even including Dexter Williams. 4 running backs we're going to use on a consistent basis in our offense, which I just don't see the positives in that. I'm wondering how good of a blocker A.J. Dillon is, because I'm curious about that. And see, he's a guy who he has a lot of mileage on him already with Boston College. He was a 3-year starter at Boston College.
And was Boston College even good when he was there? We drafted 2 guys who are college losers.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I mean,
We're gonna go tight end in the next round. So
all right. Brad says he wishes there was a Bucks playoff game tonight.
At this point,
Brad says he wishes there was a Bucks playoff game tonight. Enjoy the rest of the night. Brad, thank you for hopping on and listening to our
yeah. Thanks, Brad.
dismay.
why don't they start the second round earlier?
Stupid.
Yeah,
Why don't they start it, or why do they start it earlier?
Why don't they start it earlier?
Well,
They started at 6 today. It's already 8:30. Like on the East Coast, it's already 9:30.
Yeah.
And we still got another whole round to go. Like this is the most watched thing in America right now. Why wouldn't you start it like before the West Coast people even get off work, so you're hitting that East Coast prime time, knowing that the majority of the people live in the East Coast?
Yep.
That's a good question. Why don't you call up NFL
Roger.
Roger?
I think I mean we all here live in Central Time, obviously, and I think noon's like a good start time for a day football game. I mean, if it was in Hawaii, I could imagine waking up at 10 a.m. for a Packers game. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel like 1 p.m. is too late. 8:30 for Monday Night Football? No thanks.
Yeah. Heck, I struggle with the 7:30 for Monday Night Football sometimes.
Seriously.
We've been saying all offseason that the Packers are a backup QB and a third string running back away from a title. Zach Cruz, thanks for that tweet.
The Packers need a freaking wide receiver and inside linebacker, and they draft a quarterback and a running back. No thanks.
That is the earliest selection for a Packers running back since Eddie Lacy, who was drafted 61st overall in 2013.
Look, I remember in real time when the Packers drafted Eddie Lacy, I was psyched out of my mind. I was so happy the Packers drafted Eddie Lacy, but we also had Jordy Nelson, Randall Cobb, James Jones, maybe Greg Jennings. I don't think so. Anyways, Eddie Lacy came in and he made an enormous impact on the Packers running game for 2 years. For 2 consecutive years, he rushed for over 1,000 yards. You have to wonder what Brian Gutekunst is thinking. Seriously, maybe he thinks the draft board sucks. Maybe he thinks this draft board is not what he thought it was going to be. And he thought, okay, well, I don't want to pay Aaron Jones $40 million. And Jamal Williams is a pretty good back, but I'm not going to pay him, period. So here comes A.J. Dillon, the next Aaron Jones.
That's my guess is that they don't plan on re-signing either Jones or Williams. They're not going to take both. And that A.J. Dillon's going to fill in for whoever leaves next season. But still, you can get a running back next season when you don't re-sign one of the two.
The thing about running backs, though, is, and I'll say this till the day I die, you can find a good running back in the 4th and 5th round.
Yes.
It turns out that the running back really doesn't matter because the difference in running backs doesn't have a sizable impact on a football game. The majority of the time, the difference between fifth best guy in the NFL and the 30th best guy in the NFL isn't big because so much of it is determined by how good your offensive line is. There's 100 guys who could start at running back in the NFL.
It's true.
So I wonder where the Packers go in round 3 if maybe they try to trade up, get rid of one of their 5th or 6th round picks and try to move up into the 3rd round. See, I would have even liked a guy like Antonio Gibson from Memphis because he's listed as a running back, but he is a receiver and a running back. So I would have been even more okay with that. But
All right, so Jeremy Chin, safety. I actually like Jeremy Chin.
too.
It's a good pick for the Panthers there.
Pro comp is Harrison Smith, like I said earlier. So and now we're finally done with the 2nd round.
3 years later.
After 2.5 hours.
All right, guys, what is your reaction to the Packers? I know we already covered this a little bit. I want to get back into it more. What's your reaction to the Packers taking quarterback and running back in rounds 1 and 2?
I mean, I'm kind of just confused. I mean, I get the quarterback pick more than I do the running back pick.
Yeah. Yeah, the running back one the quarterback was surprising, but the running back pick is baffling.
Like, it had been mocked that the Packers would take Jordan Love. It had been I had seen it in mock drafts.
Yeah.
I had not seen a running back for the Packers taken this high. I've seen one taken like round 4 or 5, but not this early.
Yeah.
So now we have to wait until 94 for the Packers to pick again. So we got a little bit of time now.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time here to the Packers draft next. We have about what? What we got? All right, so the Bengals there loading up on the defense after they obviously picked Joe Burrow, and then they get a wide receiver. Good for the Bengals there, making some smart moves, as I would say.
I mean, A.J. Dillon reminds me of a guy like, a Jamal Williams, where he's an inside kind of bruiser. He's gonna bounce off of, he's not gonna go down with first contact easily. I would guess that they are preparing for not re-signing Jamal Williams and having a backfield of Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon.
Yeah.
For the future. I mean, just based off of the couple clips I've seen. Alex is asking, why do we get a running back? He's confused. I'm still confused.
We're all confused.
But like I just said, I mean, they're obviously not the plan for Green Bay is to not keep Jones and Williams after this season. So whoever they don't sign, Dillon will take over. But I just don't. You can get a guy like A.J. Dillon in next year's draft or later in this draft. So when you have like Josh Jones on the board, Zach Bond on the board, Neville Gallimore on the board, just interesting.
It's baffling to me.
Yeah, see, I would have liked Antonio Gibson. He's listed as wide receiver. I have him listed as a running back, but I mean he's a you can interchange him between receiver and running back. So
Bryson says worst draft I have ever seen. Can you argue that in terms of immediate needs?
And yeah, but I mean these guys they're getting aren't bad. It's not like we're drafting, horrible players. These guys are good. I just don't see why it fits right now. Because like I said as a joke earlier, we weren't a backup quarterback and a third string running back away from a Super Bowl appearance last year. So this doesn't help us much this season. So yeah, in terms of getting talent now, I wouldn't say this is a
I tweeted it, but I'm predicting a kicker or a punter in round 3.
Okay. Heard it here.
Maybe Mason Crosby's not going to be here forever.
But he did just re-signed for like 3 years. So
yeah, well, that's not enough.
Oh, there goes Josh.
Yeah, so I'm using my work laptop, and I go through a VPN that filters through the school so that the school can be like, hey, stop doing whatever on your work laptop. But here we are.
Yeah, the Packers have a lot of work to do in these next few rounds, and I don't get it.
Hey, and 30 picks, you're going to see what you don't really know. And then they're going to take the 4th round off, but right after that, they're right back at it 30 picks later.
See, I don't think that. I think the Packers end up finding a way to get into the 4th round again.
Think so?
Yeah, they have so many. They don't need 3 6th-rounders and 2 7th-rounders. They just don't need that many picks like we talked about earlier. I just don't. I mean, they could even come back into the 3rd or trade up into the 3rd. So,
gosh, people would have loved Wilson from Wyoming.
yeah.
That's a tough one.
It's just so tough to think about what the Packers could have got it there at 62 and going with a running back.
Okay, so like, let's say we're terrible talent evaluators. Like,
Okay.
we don't know anything.
I mean, I am a terrible
Probably
talent evaluator.
But we can recognize needs. We
Yeah.
can recognize that the Packers had fine running backs last year,
Yes.
that running backs don't really matter that much, and that Jordan Love is not going to start over Aaron Rodgers. And that's what makes this process so frustrating for a team that won 14 games last year.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's tough.
Because like people can be like, well, you're armchair GMing, and it's like, yeah, but this seems pretty easy. Like, you don't have to know much about football to know that if you have somebody making $25 million at a position, that person's going to be your starter next year. And that if you have a guy who was like a top 5 running back last year by production numbers, that guy's going to be your starter. And if the backup was good at a position that you don't really need, like, I just hate when people say that I shouldn't have a good opinion on this. Like, I don't even like football as much as you guys. Like, basketball is my sport, and I prefer other stuff. But like, this is simple. This isn't that complicated, and it just feels like we're really blowing it. Maybe they don't believe in the team, but like, what's there to not believe in? We were good.
I mean,
And like,
Al, you make a good point. It's one thing for me to say, okay, let's say I say quarterback is a position of need, right? And then the Packers draft Jordan Love. And let's say my own personal opinion is that Jordan Love is not a great quarterback. Let's say I think he's a bad quarterback, right? Okay.
exactly.
So it's one thing for me to say I think Jordan Love's a bad quarterback, although the quarterback position may be a position of need. Okay. I'm not saying it is right now. Okay.
Yeah. No, I get your example.
And then it's another thing for me to say that inside linebacker is a position of need, and then they draft a running back. That's it's a different comparison, and I'm upset because of it. It's just different. It's
And like,
it lowers your excitement for the season this year, which we should all be excited about,
right
because we made the NFC Championship game last year.
well, maybe Goody knows we're not going to be playing any games this season. So
I hate that. That's even worse. Like, I would rather draft as if we're going to play a season this year and then get screwed because we don't, and be like, dang, COVID, than be like,
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you could kind of understand it if like AJ Dillon was the best available on the board. I don't even think he was the best available on the board. Like,
No.
I don't even think he was the best running back available on the board.
So Matt Miller from Bleacher Report just gave AJ Dillon a D grade. For
good.
Whatever that's worth.
if it's on an A to Z scale, we're not doing that bad.
Well, Booger McFarland said that AJ Dillon could be the next Derrick Henry. So I mean,
All right, so the Lions NFC North update real quick. The Lions select Julian Aquara, outside linebacker from Notre Dame. They stack up their defense there. And like Al said earlier, the Lions basically have needs at every position, so I guess selecting a linebacker for them is a decent selection.
Zach Cruz tweeted that AJ Dillon weighs 247 pounds.
Shut up.
dude, I weigh like 247 pounds.
Dude, that's Eddie Lacy type weight.
I hope
He had
it's
the high. When I Google it, it says the camera is flipped, so that's my bad.
No,
adapt.
It should
Figure it out.
You should be able to read it.
It says Google has it as 249 pounds.
Yeah, that's what it says. I just 249 pounds. Well, good. That's what we needed. And I know he had the highest vertical at the combine, so he's obviously a great athlete.
Maybe he could play fullback. Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
Zach Bond's still on the board. Josh Jones is still on the board.
It looks like he transferred from Michigan.
And I believe A.J. Dillon is the first time Green Bay has had a player from Boston College on their roster since B.J. Raji. So just a fun fact.
BJ was the man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The freezer.
Well, he's only a few pounds away from BJ, so might play him at T-tackle.
Fair, so am I.
Oh, jeez.
I saw that so the Jets are picking right now, and I saw that the draft banner was green, so I thought that maybe the Packers traded up, but then I realized it was the Jets.
All right, let's see what the Jets get here. All right, Jets take a safety there. Just trying to bolster that defense to help protect Sam Darnold.
Pairing him with Jamal Adams.
Yeah, Jamal Adams, solid player.
I kind of want the Packers to trade up so we can kind of end this early and go to bed.
I'm really last night I was interested to hear what Brian Gutekunst had to say about taking quarterback Jordan Love. Tonight, I'm intrigued to hear what he has to say.
Packers running back A.J. Dillon will wear number 28 for those of you who care about jersey numbers. So maybe in 5 years I'll have a Jordan Love and an A.J. Dillon jersey.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I just think Matt LaFleur is turning the Green Bay Packers into the Tennessee Titans.
Well, how heavy is Derrick Henry?
He's a big dude.
Is this assuming we get Mike Vrabel then to be our coach instead of Matt LaFleur? I'm not calling for his job in case anybody.
Derrick Henry's 238. He's a big boy.
Yeah. Well, how big was Eddie Lacy?
250, 260?
He's listed as 253. So I don't know how accurate that is, but I don't know when he was last. When that was last updated. So you're getting a guy like an Eddie Lacy. So
So the Seahawks select Damian Lewis, guard from LSU. That's a guy I kind of thought the Packers might take just because he's built perfectly for a guard.
So Chris Jackie, former Packers kicker in the Super Bowl season in the 90s. Packers will trade up for a punter next. Just wait and see. So there you go.
Nice.
You heard
I
it.
see he's stealing my tweets.
Yeah. You heard it
We're
here.
all stealing June's tweets at this point.
June's tweets.
Let's start saying the Bucks are going to trade Giannis for Zion.
I'm sure June's has an opinion on that.
Would you take that deal?
No.
Okay.
Giannis for Zion straight up?
No.
I'm worried about Zion's ability to stay healthy.
I wouldn't trade anybody straight up for Giannis.
Wait, actually, though, do you think Zion's going to be the legend that everybody paints him to be?
If he's healthy, yeah.
No, the Packers are going to draft him next year.
I would have rather drafted Zion Williamson.
He could have played that end. Come on, we need somebody there.
Zion
Like
could
the
play-
dude's a freak. If he ever decides he doesn't want to play basketball anymore, I'd like to have his rights.
Zion, I know it's cold in Green Bay, but we get sideline warmers, we get sideline heaters. Come on. So the Dolphins picked for the 3,000th time.
Here's some news here, guys. It's not any like breaking news, but Jordan Love told Maria Taylor on the ABC draft broadcast that he connected with Aaron Rodgers today. I was able to talk with him earlier. He seems like a good guy. He congratulated me, and I was just letting him know that I was excited to be able to work with him. So
Good.
We mentioned it
That's
earlier
not true.
we mentioned it earlier.
I heard Rodgers is already en route to Chicago and Soldier Field.
Shut. Get out of here.
Michael, hold on.
Get out of here with that crap. No, Kyle, but on a serious note, that's good. At least Aaron's saying positive things to Jordan and vice versa. Because the first thing that Aaron Rodgers ever said to Brett Favre was called him grandpa. So at least we're off to a better start than that.
Yeah. Maybe if Love decides to get State Farm for his insurance, maybe that'll make Rodgers feel better.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get some Cellcom commercials with
Yeah.
with the new running back.
It would be kind of interesting if I think he's still available. I haven't been looking at the TV as much since we picked. If they took Lynn Bowden with their third pick, they would be basically only addressing offense with their first three picks when our offense wasn't really the problem in our loss. But like overall last year, we weren't a great offense.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that for sure. I mean, I was talking about Lynn Bowden I also said I wouldn't take anybody once Mims left.
Yeah, but he was a guy. He was probably my favorite wide receiver on the board at that point.
Yeah.
Has anybody read off AJ Dillon's stats yet? Maybe we can talk about that for a second.
I was actually kind of too upset to do it. I'm not going to lie about that.
He did. He did finish as the career rushing yards leader and rushing touchdowns leader at Boston College, which not sure what kind of cream of the crop he was dealing with there, but I can't think of any good Boston College running backs.
There's that guy who played for Arizona for a while.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He had almost 2K yards his senior year or his last year. But so AJ Dillon, they were bowl eligible 2 years. His sophomore year, he only played 10 games, but the other 2 seasons he rushed for about 1,600 yards on average, 1,589 and 1,685. I was talking about how Taylor only caught 26 passes, so he's not really a pass catcher. Bowden caught 21 all 3 years. So that's less than fantastic. I'm trying to find. Can't seem to find fumbles. Because that's really the one thing I would be interested in and see if he ever fumbled. Well, he doesn't have anything in any category. So.
All right, well, people are painting A.J. Dillon as the best running back in Boston college football history.
See, but I don't know who he's working with, though. Like, if you're drafting, like, the best running back in Wisconsin football history, that's completely different. But I don't know what Boston college running backs are really competing with.
What if I told you he was 4th in ACC history in rushing yards? That's the entire ACC.
I mean something.
Yeah. A.J. Dillon is the 4th highest rushing player in ACC history behind Ted Brown, Delvin Cook, and Amos Lawrence. He's also 4th in rushing attempts. I like that Rodgers found a chair. He's a much more casual approach to his 3rd round.
Reminds me of, like, Mr. Rogers, you know. Pun intended. kind of curious to know what it would take to trade up about 20 picks.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm watching some AJ Dillon highlights from Boston College. He's making me a little excited.
I feel like you could have gotten him at 94.
I don't think so. He was already in the 10 best overall. Like, I think he was the next best running back.
Okay.
I mean, he's definitely a power runner for sure. He can make guys miss. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Adrian Peterson. And for Goot's job, I hope I'm right.
He ran a 4.53, being at 247 pounds. That's
Pretty fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2018, Brian Gutekunst got an extra first-round pick in 2019, and he got Jair Alexander, who's a great cover corner in 2018. Like, his first draft, everybody loved it. Like, because he got two guys that we thought were first-round talents, and it was just
If you think about it, though, I mean, when you look at Goody's 2018 draft class, outside of Jair and arguably J.K. Scott, it's really not that good of a draft. Because you have Josh Jackson traded up for Oren Burks, and then Jamon Moore, Cole Madison, J.K. Scott, MVS, EQ.
Cole Madison's a weird thing, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like – I mean, we regard his draft as really good in 2018 because we got the extra first-round pick the following year.
And he got a really good corner.
And he got a good corner, but it's not like –
Best corner in the NFC North?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Now that Darius Slay is gone, it's probably Jair.
And the Zach Bond fall.
Yeah, what is up with that? I guess a diluted sample really screws you.
Okay, so the third round is here, and a lot of mock drafts have had offensive tackle Ben Barch, my guy, fall to the third round. So, Ben, if you get picked, or if he gets picked in this third round, I would lose it.
And, I mean, you're looking at, with an offensive tackle, you're looking at, Rick Wagner, how long is he truly going to be here for? How much longer is, Billy Turner and David Bakhtiari, how long are they going to be here for?
Well,
there's Josh Jones. Man, that would have been such a good pick to have.
Yeah, at whatever pick we would have had him at.
Yeah.
62.
Josh Jones, who was at the time when the Packers selected, was one of my two who I would have been really happy we got, is now gone at 72 to Arizona to help protect Kyler Murray.
All right, well, Jacksonville is up again.
Somebody just told me on Twitter, he asked me, when has Jones played a whole year or consistently ran for more than 3 yards? I responded that his career average is 5 yards a carry, so very consistently ran for more than 3 yards. He's never been below 4.6, which was last year's low. And last year he played every game. So asked and answered.
I'm assuming you mean Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that Aaron Jones is an absolute star on this Packers team. Yeah. So last year was his third year, I think. In his second year with Mike McCarthy, Mike just didn't use him as much as he should have. And we all know how Matt LaFleur used him last year. I still think the Packers can get 2 decent years out of him, but that would mean year 4 and year 5. So presumably the Packers would have to sign him to a contract extension. I just think that Brian Gutekunst thinks that Jamal Williams won't be around. and maybe Aaron Jones won't be around. I mean, drafting a running back in the second round is about
No,
move.
they clearly do not believe that Aaron Jones will be around.
No,
And like that's fine. That's fine. We all pay a running back anyways, but you don't need to invest resources to replace a guy that you didn't invest resources to get.
right. And I also think that Brian Gutekunst must think that another NFL team is going to pay big bucks for Aaron Jones. And Brian doesn't want to do that.
I mean, it makes sense because I wouldn't pay him more than $8 million a year. So
no. If the Packers paid Aaron Jones $10 million a year for, say, 3 or 4 years,
I wouldn't like
that. No.
Unless there was a way, like, easy out.
How many million a year?
$10 million.
I wouldn't do it.
I'd rather do that and have anybody else with the second round pick. How much does the second round pick get paid?
It can't be that much.
It's not that much, but it's like 3 or 4, isn't it?
Something like that. Jaguars pick has been in for about 10 minutes now. Yeah, if you're watching, let us know what you think of the Packers' new running back AJ Dillon and what he brings to the table. Obviously, all of us here at Cream City Central were surprised. The fact that the Packers took a running back was a shock to us all, and I thought I was surprised yesterday. Turns out, joke is on me.
So it looks like a salary for second-round draft picks range from $1.5 million to $952,000. So
I saw that, but that's just for year one, right?
Yeah, that might be just for year one.
Who was the Packers' second-round pick last year?
Elton Jenkins. The last pick of the second round has a 4-year, $5.24 million contract with a $1.3 million signing bonus. So you can argue that because the Packers picked 2 spots before the last pick of the second round, that it's going to be around that, maybe $5.3 million for 4 years. So
Packers don't pick for 23 picks yet.
Wait, so the Bears only had 1 pick in the second round, and that was their first pick, and they took a tight end?
Yeah.
That's even worse. I wasn't even thinking about all the context with it.
Uh-huh. Do you guys think if Jonathan Taylor was there at 62, he'd be a Green Bay Packer?
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah. Seeing as they took a running back, probably, yeah.
What do they have? Jacob Eason on the board on the screen.
Yeah, maybe Minshew Mania is in jeopardy in Jacksonville.
I think that would be a good move for Jacksonville to get Eason here. I think he's got enough upside to be in the league for a while, and it's tough to be the 5th best quarterback in a draft. You're the 5th best wide receiver. You're off the board before the Packers pick. 6th best wide receiver off the board before the Packers pick. You're the 15th best wide receiver. You're off the board before somebody drafts twice. But running backs are going faster than quarterbacks for some reason. But I guess a lot of teams use 2 running backs. You never use 2 quarterbacks.
Unless you're the Saints.
I heard that they sent everybody that they sent cameras to. They sent them one of every case. You were wondering how they had the hat immediately after they got drafted. Isn't that crazy?
Sorry, can you say that again? cut out.
They have 31 NFL.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That they.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my screen keeps pausing a little bit, or you guys aren't moving very much. Maybe I'm just moving quite a lot. They sent everybody that like they sent cameras to 32 NFL hats, like one for each team.
Yeah, I saw that.
That just seems crazy excessive. Like maybe they felt good about Joe Burrow and they only sent him 3, and they're like, "You're definitely not getting past here." But like most of them, they sent all 32.
Well, and you wonder when I mean, in past years where you've seen players celebrate at their house, like even Rashawn Gary, for example, and you see him with a Packers hat right away once he got drafted. So I wonder if it's like a thing that happens every year, but it's finally been like exposed.
Discussed more, yeah.
It's
That's
so
funny.
funny. It's so funny nowadays how players get picked. Obviously, like they all have their iPhones or whatever, and they're all on FaceTime or, they're talking to the coaches beforehand. In Donald Driver's book Driven, he has a whole segment of his book on he was literally playing catch with the football out in the street while his grandma, I think, came out and told him he was drafted by the Green Bay Packers because she saw it on television. I just think that's so interesting.
Yeah, communication's so different now. That is funny though.
It's just so much different.
So we have another trade. We have the Colts trading pick 75 and 197 to the Lions, and the Lions are trading 85, 149, and 182. So the Lions are jumping up 10 spots to 75, and that took two fourth and a fifth round pick, but they also got back a fifth round pick or a sixth round pick. So a 10 spot jump for, it looks like a fourth and a fifth.
Browns traded this pick to the Saints. Did we already discuss that?
No, but that's good to know. Maybe I know the Saints have been looking for linebackers, so maybe this is where Zach Bond goes. But
This could be it.
He's dropped.
Are you sure that Taysom Hill?
Could be.
Are we sure Taysom
Could
Hill
replace Wisconsin native AJ Klein.
One of our writers here at Cream City Central in our group chat that we have, and I mentioned it earlier about with drafting Dylan, do we split Aaron Jones out more as a receiver? Because that worked when
Zach
Yeah,
Bond,
that actually did work pretty well.
Zach Bond goes to the Saints.
there he is, Zach Bond.
Oh,
You could make an
That's
argument
good.
that
That's
you
good,
could make an argument that he dropped 50 picks to 74. Because I mean, blame it on this diluted sample if you want. But I did see mocks with him going as high as like 25.
yeah.
So
You just really have to hope Brian Gutekunst knows something we don't about AJ Dillon.
Yeah, that he can actually play safety too.
Zach Bond's first recruiting letter from Wisconsin was addressed to Zach Barn, B-A-R-N, not B-A-U-N. That's a fun fact.
You gotta love that.
I mean, I like to see when Wisconsin guys go to, teams that aren't in the NFC North. So I really would have been happy with Zach Bond at 62, but it's not meant to be. We didn't have much interaction. Nobody commenting for a little bit. Maybe people are getting tired of us.
I think people are really fed up with the draft right now, and they want to make sure everybody knows it.
It's
Yeah.
true. I'm fed up with the draft right now.
Yeah, the odds of me watching tomorrow are plummeting.
No, I am definitely watching tomorrow.
I don't really watch the Saturday draft that much.
I'd rather watch the last day of the MLB draft.
Which, by the way, I don't think it's going to happen this year. I believe did they cancel the MLB draft?
You can't cancel a draft.
I mean, like, didn't they cancel like it being televised or something? I don't know. I thought I heard maybe something about that. Sean Payton's son looks a lot like him, and it's kind of weird. They just showed Sean Payton's house on the ESPN broadcast. Josh, your fiance says hi.
Hello. Hello there. Pretty lady. You know what? I hope the Lions draft a quarterback here because it'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Bond is the eighth linebacker drafted from Wisconsin since 2016. That's wild.
Linebacker University.
Well, they want to get Matthew Stafford there some protection because Rivers for sure doesn't use it.
Ha.
Somebody got it.
I wasn't paying attention. Were you telling a joke? Oh, my bad. Well, Josh, Denver's coming up here. Maybe they take a quarterback.
I'm telling you, John Elway is thirsty for quarterbacks. That dude cannot get enough.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know who their backup is. So, I mean, maybe they look at a guy like Fromm or Eason here with they're coming up in at 78.
Yeah.
Kind of curious to know who they have at quarterback. At quarterback, they have Drew Lock as their starter, Jeff Driscoll, their backup, and Brett Ripien as their third string. So, there you go.
So have we figured out why Brian Gutekunst drafted a running back with pick 62 yet?
Maybe possible. Maybe they're thinking about maybe trading Aaron Jones, possibly, or Jamal Williams. I don't know.
We just don't get it.
I can't come up with a good answer. Oh, Goodell's been snacking on those M&Ms, Josh. It has been confirmed they are, in fact, M&Ms that he is chewing on. So there you go. I haven't heard about him before. Running back is interesting for Tampa Bay because they have Ronald Jones in the backfield. Barber as well.
You know, huh? You know, so we have Denver up, so we have Denver up next. I predicted last night that they would draft a quarterback, and they didn't. Well, I'm predicting they're going to draft a quarterback because John Elway seems to just get his hands on any quarterback that he can that he might think can play quarterback. I think John Elway is a terrible quarterback evaluator. The guy has
How's Lynch doing?
Looking for.
Here's a Junes. I know you were saying about it earlier about AJ Dillon and his lack of pass catching. I believe you said 21 receptions over 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Well, he was on the conference call earlier on Facebook Live on the Packers Facebook page, and he is talking about his lack of pass catching as it wasn't a lack of ability, but rather a lack of opportunity. In the BC offense, they don't throw to running backs. So when I did have those opportunities, he made the most of them. So that's an interesting quote.
That's a good comment, but it
yeah, I don't know if it necessarily means that.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you tell?
If you're not asked to do it in game, you're not going to be asked to do it in practice most of the time. So that means he hasn't really practiced it in 3 years because of where he went to school. When people say stuff like that, it's like, well, why'd you go to this school then?
Right. Yeah. I feel like as a player, if you really want to go to the NFL, You go to the school that will give you the most opportunities.
Yeah.
In any situation.
Which is why Wisconsin does really good with O-line recruits, not necessarily running back recruits, but that's more of a cultural thing where the Midwest doesn't create great running back prospects, but they create great O-line prospects because farmers are great at doing O-line things.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Well, the Broncos pick is in. I just hope it's quarterback.
Honestly, would probably be the most exciting thing about tonight is if the Broncos take a quarterback here.
Yeah.
Bill Huber of Sports Illustrated, Packers reporter for Sports Illustrated, says you can compare AJ Dillon to Derrick Henry, can block, run, and catch with quote aggression. So for what that's
let me
worth.
see AJ Dillon's high school tape and stats because Derrick Henry's are absurd.
Going back to Jonah Jackson, who's got the Lions. He had 1,020 pass block snaps in his career, and he allowed 1 sack. So there you go. Maybe the Lions got their Elton Jenkins with Jonah Jackson.
You guys saw the Laramie Tunsil extension today?
Yes,
I did see
So
that.
he's the highest paid tackle in the league after the gas mask video 5 years ago.
also the highest tackle.
Wait, was that already 5 years ago? No, tell me that was 5 years ago.
I think it was. I mean, if he's up for an extension, it's got to be like 4 years ago.
No way.
Not only is he highest paid, he is the highest
That
tackle
was
in the
like 2 years ago.
Why don't you say that joke one more time just to see if anybody laughs?
What? It's a joke that was good to say at least twice. I honestly didn't know if he heard me or if it was.
Wait, no, wait. Say that again. I can hear it.
I don't think he heard it.
No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
I feel like you're joking and you just want me to say it again.
No, actually, seriously, didn't hear it.
This last year was Tunsil's 4th year.
Not only is Laramie Tunsil the highest paid tackle in the NFL, he is the highest tackle in the NFL.
It's true. It's true.
Are you happy, Junes? I said it a third time.
I think you should go for 5.
I'm good.
John Elway. John Elway cannot wait to take another quarterback.
Make it here.
The man can't wait.
Okay, so why couldn't they do this alone? Like, why were they like your family has to be in the background when you're making your picks?
Right?
Like, they all look pretty bored. Like, they're like, Dad's hard at work, but we have to pretend like we're interested.
All right. Boone says, let's pound the rock.
Yes.
I'll come back to that in a second, Boone.
20 NFL draft. Denver Broncos select Michael Ojemudia, defensive back, Iowa. 5, Ojemudia.
All right.
Passionate about
Yeah.
auto design, Mel, because his dad is a longtime engineer at Ford Motor
All right. Boone says pound the rock. Yeah. I mean, the more running backs you have, the more you can pound the rock.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the Packers' philosophy at this point is pound the rock. And it said earlier that I think Matt LaFleur might be turning the Green Bay Packers into what was his Tennessee Titans before he came to Green Bay. You have to think that he wants to run the ball more, but at the same time, you selected Jordan Love, who's got a rocket for an arm. So it kind of just doesn't make sense. Yeah, Ryan. AJ Dillon, that's the talk of the town. Brandon
Jackson 2.0.
Jackson 2.0. You know,
Jackson was a solid back.
I liked Brandon Jackson. He helped us win a Super Bowl.
He's no James Starks, but he was pretty good.
Yeah. So if AJ Dillon helps us win a Super Bowl, so be it.
I mean, Roger said he wanted weapons.
Okay, serious question. Does A.J. Dillon make an immediate impact next season?
Yes, because I don't have to listen to people complain about Dexter Williams anymore.
Somebody, the top response to a local reporter tweeting out the Madison protests is, "Wow, the Wisconsinites really hate the Jordan Love pick."
I don't hate it.
No,
Yeah.
if they had followed up that pick today with I don't know, if they had traded up for Mims or something like that, I would be like, yeah, okay, decent start to the draft. Love's going to be the guy in 2 years. I don't mind taking a project quarterback because of how much surplus value you get from having a really good quarterback. The problem to me is the running back, because I don't value running backs ever in the second round, but they're even less valuable when you already have two running backs that you know are good enough to play every down in the NFL.
Yeah.
Ryan says put Dillon at fullback to replace Vitale. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good of a blocker he was at Boston.
Good, even less value.
But I mean, he's a big guy, so I don't know how good his pass protection is. But one guy who's still on the board that I was kind of a fan of was Malik Harrison, inside linebacker. He is
I was thinking that too.
He is still available.
All right.
For Atlanta.
Yeah.
I like Hennessy. He's a
line.
Yeah. He traveled to Japan and that's never mind. I thought it was more interesting than just going to Japan for abroad. Never mind. Jeremy,
right.
I only see 2, so sorry about that. Yeah. I still think you can justify both picks, but it's very tough to justify the A.J. Dillon pick. I would have justified it even if we would have traded back into the third round, or like traded back from our second pick and gone early third. I think you could justify it easier, but
Kyle, I do have to say our reaction last night for the Packers drafting Jordan Love was pretty good.
yes.
That was pretty good.
If you guys haven't seen it, it is fantastic. It is now my cover photo on Twitter. So
great moment.
Packers college scout Mike Owen on a call talking A.J. Dillon. His receiving game is actually further along than you might believe.
Yep, I agree. Because I mean,
why would he say that? Like, why does he say that?
I'm guessing he saw him in practice or at his pro day or something, and he wants you to know that like what he can do in practice is much better. Like maybe he has good hands on the jugs machine or whatever.
I still think the best reason for drafting A.J. Dillon is they want to use Aaron Jones split out more as a receiver in the offense this year, because it was successful. When you look at that game against Kansas City when Jones had like 150 receiving yards.
Yeah.
I think that's what they want to go for.
If you could get like a 4th or a 5th round pick for Jamal Williams, even a 5th round pick for Jamal Williams, 6th round pick, if you could get any pick for Jamal Williams, I would take that at this point, because I think A.J. Dillon will be good enough to be the backup.
For sure.
If you could get if somebody offered you a 3rd round pick for Aaron Jones, I would almost consider that. But
no, I wouldn't consider that.
No, you didn't want to trade him for 2 seconds that were in the top 50. So
yeah, I did. I was for that.
Oh yeah.
So we have, what do we have?
DeBrickashaw Ferguson was a real player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't remember
one of those fake names.
DeBrickashaw? Come on, me and DeBrickashaw go way back.
Way back.
So what we have, like 15 picks to go. So hopefully by 10:30 we'll have the next Green Bay Packer. If
Well,
they don't trade.
First round took us 4.5 hours last night. We'll see where 2 rounds get us tonight.
Well, we were at 2.5 hours at the end of the second.
Oh, NFL's killing me here.
Man, I got to work tomorrow.
It feels like we should be 10 picks later than we are right now. Like if the Packers were like 5 picks away, I'd be like, oh yeah, let's go.
Junes, did you see Ryan's comment?
No.
Go read it. I'm not going to throw it on the board. Just go read it. Wait, can you read it or no? Here. There.
I know you're a teacher, but you have such a teacher voice, dude. I don't even know what that means.
You have a strong affirmative voice.
Yeah, when I talk, people listen.
You're confident.
Yeah.
So, does anybody even know what's going on anymore? Because the Packers drafted a quarterback and running back. I feel like this is one of those Madden simulations, but it's not.
I don't know what's been going on for the last 20 years of my life. So tonight's no different.
I don't know if so I always watch the draft. Like you get together with some friends on the first night, you watch.
Oh, yeah,
Here we go.
Draft, kind of chill, get together if you can avoid work. But a lot of times I'd work Friday nights. But you always closely follow the first 3 rounds. I just can't remember being this disappointed with the way the Packers draft has gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had a better answer.
Like even drafts that didn't pan out, like they made more sense at the time. Like Dayton Jones, I liked the idea of him. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really
remember other bad ones.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Everybody loved Haha.
Yeah.
Yeah, Haha Clint Dix was a great pick.
I think Nick Perry was a bit lower on my list, but it wasn't an absurd reach, and he was fine.
Yeah.
I thought Nick Perry's second contract was trash.
Because he had that really good season, and he cashed in. And
playmaker wide receiver from Baylor, Denzel Mims. Then they go another bear. This time it's a cow bear, Ashton Davis. The safety was also a track star and a hurdling sensation for the Cowbears. Jabari Zuniga, defensive end out of Florida.
who's still on the board is Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Don't even go there, Kyle.
I mean, I wouldn't mind him in the 3rd round. I have a feeling that we go defense with their. I mean, the Packers aren't really known for loading on one side.
Yeah,
the ball in a draft. So I feel like the Packers wouldn't make three of their first selections on offense. But they have done it. I mean, they did it in 2018 with.
I was going to say, I feel like they've done it on defense.
Yeah, they did it in 2018 with Jair, Josh Jackson, and Oren Burks.
All right, Ryan might be joining us tonight.
We get 4 people on here.
I always do the live streams with Ryan. Ryan's always pretty dang good.
Well, the Raiders have back-to-back picks here.
Turn this into a cooking show.
Lynn Bowden, wide receiver.
Well, here goes another run on receivers.
Well, this is really curious because you could call him a running back, you could call him a wide receiver, or you could call him what they had him play last year, which was quarterback. He was one of the
So he's basically Lamar Jackson.
Pretty much.
Oh, that's interesting. He attended the same high school as Randall Cobb. and both were like quarterback wide receiver hybrids.
And he also went to Kentucky, which that's where Randall Cobb went.
Yeah.
So now he's destined for 108 kickoff or 108-yard kickoff return for a touchdown in the first game.
I remember
Don't-
watching that game. That was so awesome.
I was at that
Yeah.
game.
That was a great game.
That was one of the first games I watched when the NFL opened up Game Pass for free.
That's cool.
Also wearing Randall Cobb's jersey.
Dude, Randall Cobb is the man. He is the man.
What about Quintez Cephas in the third round here? No?
I'm waiting for my boy Ben Burke. Well, Zadarius Smith isn't tweeting out at the new draft picks, but he is doing something with Pizza Hut.
Yeah, I saw he was giving away free pizzas in his hometown, so that's cool. And Pizza Hut is, in my opinion, the best pizza chain, so you can fight me on that.
I might.
Junes, you seem like a Domino's guy.
I think Papa John's is the best.
Papa
Their
John's.
garlic butter.
Yeah, that's good.
Dude, Domino's is so good.
Domino's is solid.
Anybody Little Caesars fans or no?
I like Little Caesars.
Okay. It's horrible pizza, but like
I don't think it's that bad.
it's decently good pizza for $5.
I mean, for $5, you can't beat it. You hear that, Little Caesars? Right here.
Sponsor.
Right here. Your name could be right there. Little Caesars, we reached 18,000 people yesterday.
Yeah.
Hear me? There goes another wide receiver.
So they go 2 receivers back to back.
Yep.
They picked Ruggs. So they are like is that 3 straight receivers now, or is that 2 straight receivers?
It's just 2.
It is 2. Okay. That's interesting because they went Ruggs with 12 overall. So I mean they're
Bowden's listed at running back, but they took Josh Jacobs in the first last year. The Raiders are the dumbest team.
they take the fastest guys possible. So
Mike McCarthy Cowboys are back up again.
ooh, we get to see McCarthy again. Didn't the Cowboys go? Yeah, they went Trayvon Diggs, corner from Alabama, last pick. So they are addressing one of their, I think, is their biggest need. They did steal our hearts by taking CeeDee Lamb after he dropped. That was brutal. Maybe Dallas goes quarterback. I mean, like I said earlier, Dak Prescott, he's on the franchise tag.
We'll have to see what they do. All right. Oh, hey, there we go. Ryan is on the way.
All right. Here's a little interesting fact here. On AJ Dillon's Instagram page, he has a picture with Jordan Love. So maybe they're best friends.
Maybe they're good buddies. I don't know.
Welcome to the chat, Ryan.
Up, Ryan.
That's what we were really worried
Yeah,
about.
give me a sec here, guys.
Is that a Danny Vitale jersey we got going on?
Yeah, I
All
mean,
right.
I thought we were gonna get him for 2 seasons, so I bought it. But
That's why
Let's
I
go.
only get jerseys of guys I know who are going to be here forever, which is why 2 out of the 3 jerseys I have are guys of people who are gone. So
yeah, I get them off China sites, so they're like $20.
Dallas got Neville Gallimore, D-line, Oklahoma.
We're starting to get The players I already don't know. So
Oh,
I was there 2 rounds ago.
how's it was?
Ryan, what's your reaction to draft night tonight in Packerland? I mean, we got a running back on the squad now.
Hold that thought. I'm coming right back.
Ryan will be back apparently. Hey, Kyle, Broncos on the clock. I'm calling
quarterback.
I'm calling a quarterback. John Elway is gonna get his quarterback.
Jake Fromm or Jacob Eason, like we're getting to the point where they make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And like I said, their Broncos backups are Jeff Driscoll and Brett Ripien, or Ripien, or however you say that. So.
All right. What was the question here, Josh? I'm back.
Okay, what is Brian Gutekunst doing drafting a running back with a 62nd pick?
All right. So I hate running backs. I like them, but I'll never draft. I would honestly just pick them up in free agency. I don't think he's worth a second-round pick. I love A.J. Dillon, but he's the 4th-round pick at best, maybe 3rd-rounder. It's tough to talk myself into this one. I talked myself into the Jordan Love one yesterday because I was a little disappointed, but I think he was the best talent available at that spot.
Yeah.
So A.J. Dillon, maybe Packers are thinking about trading Aaron Jones, but that's about all I got for you.
All right, Jesse thinks he wonders if we're going to trade for a wide receiver. What do you guys got there?
I mean, we could. I mean, we're 11 picks away from when Green Bay is scheduled to pick. I mean, trading away, we have, what we said, 2 5s, 3 6s, and 2 7s.
Yep.
Oh, so I'm just learning now that Lynn Bowden was picked.
Yep.
Who took him?
Yeah,
Shoot, who took Lynn Bowden?
the Raiders.
Mexico.
Yeah, the Raiders.
They got their quarterback and wide receiver in one. But if we can get Tyler Johnson down at 96 or 94, I'd be pretty happy. Yeah,
Tyler Johnson, Devin Duvernay from Texas.
Yeah.
Gaining,
I think Johnson will.
This is going by so slow.
They always do.
Yeah. Well, Jesse, T. Higgins has already been selected. Just so you know.
I don't know if he's just saying it like in general, like
Yeah.
maybe I wanted Higgins too, but
he was first pick of the 2nd round, right?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'd be happy with Tyler Johnson. I think he could save the night for Packer fans.
I think any receiver really at this point could save the night for Packers fans, even if it's like Peoples-Jones, who I really don't want.
Yeah. Who else do you guys I think I commented in the chat, but Zach Bond at 74, I think that's incredible value for the Saints.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy, I honestly think he should have been a 1st-round pick. I think teams are getting a little weird about his diluted whatever drug test, but I don't care about that stuff.
I also think it's his lack of a true position. Like he's going to have to sort of switch positions and move around a lot, and some teams like that, but a lot don't.
See, I think the good teams like that because what I've seen out of good teams, I've talked to this to Josh, but they just look at a player's strengths and they just put him, they don't make him do too many things. They just make him do the one thing he's good at. And I don't know. That's the way my philosophy is, but Zach Bond's a guy that's got extreme athleticism. I mean, you can play wherever you want to put him.
Oh, look what I can do.
Oh, you can make yourself the
Goodbye, everybody. Hello, Draft Night here from Cream City Central. I'm just kidding.
Mind it, man. Come on, this isn't. I wasn't prepared to come on live tonight, so.
But here you are.
Yeah, I'm looking a little rough. Had to tell my girlfriend we were watching a show that I wasn't paying attention to. I said, "Hey, the guys want me on a live stream quick. Can I go?"
That's funny.
Yeah.
Why not, Ryan? We need you here,
Dude, I was gonna do. So here's the problem. I was gonna do yesterday's, but I don't have the draft up anywhere. So I was like, I'm gonna be like 3 minutes late on every pick. And I got big things going now with my Brewer podcast, me and Olivia. So man, I've been busy.
Well, here we are.
It's
I
kind of
can't
crazy how like there's no sports going on yet. Like a lot of us are really busy.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
nothing going on.
me and Olivia, we've been getting a lot of interviews with
Ooh,
a
Josh,
lot of
good comment here.
Quarterback. They're going to quarterback. They have to. It's John Elway. The guy's obsessed.
There's no way.
He's been saying this all night. Even last night we were saying Broncos getting a quarterback. So I kind of just want it to happen.
Elway is obsessed. Somebody please tell me he is so obsessed with quarterbacks. It's not funny.
What'd you think about Jalen Hurts going to the Eagles? That was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Ballsy.
that's the shocking one of the night, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good insurance for a guy like Wentz who's always getting hurt.
Lloyd Cushenberry, the best name of the draft. So Jesse James says some fellow football fans are thinking the Pats want to trade for Rodgers. I mean, I saw it as a joke on NFL memes on Instagram today. I don't think it's possible.
What would
I
you want?
mean, trading Aaron Rodgers would probably be cap suicide, in my opinion. The dead cap that the Packers would have to carry if they did trade Aaron would not be good just because of his guaranteed contract. Do I think the Packers might trade Aaron Rodgers in the last year of his contract? Maybe.
See, that was
At this point.
the most confusing thing about the Love pick is aren't we guaranteed with Rodgers for another 4 years or something?
Yeah, he's got 4 more years left.
Yeah, so by the time his contract's up, Love will be going into his 5th-year option. I mean, he's only going to be 24 by that time, but still,
Yep.
it's
Thing
weird.
is, though, to put it into perspective, Jordan Love is like 3 or 4 years younger than Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow is
Oh, I
older
didn't know that.
than Jackson.
no, in 2023, Jordan Love will be the same age as Joe Burrow is now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy, so
That's good.
You just have to think that Brian Gutekunst is really banking on Jordan Love being the guy. The guy.
yeah, I mean, I think I like the Jordan Love pick more so than other people, but because I think a lot of Packer fans kind of talk themselves into how good Rodgers is today. I think over the last 3 seasons, his play's been declining. The stats don't always show it, but
Yeah.
I think it was time.
Here's the Rams pick. Terrell Lewis. Didn't hear much about him.
There's no way Junes knows who that is.
What are you talking about? Junes knows everything.
Outside linebacker.
Yeah, because I just said it on the screen.
What did they say? What was his name? Terrell Davis?
Terrell Lewis.
Oh. I was like Denver Broncos running back? That's who I know.
Son of Ray Lewis and Terrell Suggs.
He'll be good.
All right, this is a good one for you guys. Why is Tyler Biadasz?
Yadish?
Biadish.
Thank you.
Tremendous pick.
Why is he dropping?
Excited about this pick, and they've got themselves.
Whoa.
So
Teams don't want to take guards this high. I mean, he's a center or a guard. He's probably a center.
Yeah,
It's a tough position to draft.
saw Cushenberry get drafted, and he's a center.
So
Maybe-
they had one center
yeah.
above him.
Has a secret diluted sample that we don't know about, like Zach Bond. I don't know. Maybe guys at Wisconsin are just taking diluted samples.
Hey,
Good.
cool.
Could be. Maybe that's why Monty Ball sucked.
You guys don't know my take on baseball, then you guys aren't gonna like my take on football.
But I want to hear it. I'm all here for bad takes.
If we're talking about dilution, I'm all for steroids.
Oh,
What?
Let everybody do it. I want to see 110-mile-an-hour fastballs, 80 home run season. Or here's a strategy: you let one guy per season juice, and it can be a pitcher, it can be a hitter, but
Like one guy per team or one guy in the entire.
Yeah, so if you're the Brewers and you're like, all right, this might be our World Series window, we'll let Christian Yelich juice. He'll hit 80 home runs this year.
Well, I mean, no, I think what you would do. I think you wouldn't juice Yelich because you're gonna get 30 home runs from him, but you juice a guy like Orlando Arcia.
Oh yeah, good point. Or Keston here, and he just hits 50. But yeah, and then you got juiced up Keston Hira going up against, I don't know, juiced up Trevor Bauer, and that's a battle for the ages.
So TJ says, "Why are you guys talking about trading Aaron Rodgers? Can you please tell me why?"
I think it was more of like a suggestion from a different fan. I don't think it's actually going to happen, but
I think we could all here.
It's just like,
we
what
don't
if they did? Because they drafted a quarterback in
Yeah.
the first round.
it's like why not? But I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to actually happen, unless like the love.
It's not realistic because of the cap.
Yeah.
No. Trading
I think
Aaron
we're
Rodgers right now would be suicide for the cap.
I think we're talking about it because it's a 4 broadcast, and we have to fill some time here in between 15-minute pick.
Yeah, because we don't have strong opinions on who the Bills are going to take at 86.
I mean, it could
We're
be
just kind of watching who falls.
Gandy Golden from Liberty. Like I've been saying all night. But and we are at only 8 picks away from Green Bay.
Hey, who's putting us in connection hell right now?
It's probably me.
It's probably Josh. He's always
Probably
doing
me.
that.
Oh, Josh has been doing good. I
Here's
think
my
it's,
questions. Who do the Packers? What do the Packers do at 94?
they
No,
take
it's definitely Josh.
they take a player. Don't know who. They take a player.
Me?
No, it's not you.
I'll get to tight end.
I think if Tyler Johnson's not picked, that's who they need to pick. But I don't know. With how this draft's going, they might take another project offensive tackle. I don't know.
Ben Barch.
Ben Barch, my guy. I'll say that every time. Jake Fromm and Jacob Eason look so sad. It's unbelievable.
They're sad because they're not going to Denver.
Dude, one of them has to go to Denver. It's like a sacrifice.
You can't be a
Jake
quarterback.
Fromm
for
literally
Denver
has
unless
2
you're
living
6.
rooms.
Have you guys seen the Netflix show with Jake Fromm in it?
No. Is it QB1? Is that the one?
Yeah,
Is that it?
QB1.
I've seen it, but I haven't watched it.
Jake Fromm has more money today. All right.
Oh, I thought they were going to say Zach Bond again. So.
Here we go. I need some live updates here. Here we go. Now we're rolling. Now we're just getting ready.
Yeah, I honestly don't.
Running back.
I don't know who the Packers are going to go because they've really thrown me for a curveball.
They're going to take a tight end at this point.
I mean, at least a tight end.
Well, yeah,
like
when you don't address any of your needs, you can go anywhere in the 3rd round.
I mean, at least with tight end, it's like somewhat of a need. Like, it's not a big need, but at least it's a need.
I'm thinking we go
I'm
edge
thinking,
rusher.
I'm thinking long snapper.
That'd be sweet. Or fullback. I'd be pumped. You know, I'm a
Fullback, make fullbacks great again.
who's our fullback?
Oh, Josh went away. Look at that.
Whoa. I told you guys it was his connection. It's always Josh's. I know it. But do you guys, honest question, could AJ Dillon line up as a fullback?
I mean, he has the frame for it. Was he like 6 foot 240? Sure.
So I'm just interested in what the Packers are going to do because I wrote an article not that long ago, but it was about Devin Funchess not being a starting tight end, but lining up in tight end formations every once in a while. I was just wondering if you would think that the Packers might do that with A.J. Dillon as a fullback.
They could. I honestly think it's not out of the question.
It's interesting.
I haven't figured out how good of a blocker he is. I mean,
No.
I haven't really looked him up, but I'm not.
I could see, 3rd and 1, A.J. Dillon being the guy that they give on a fullback dive, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I mean, why would you take that guy in the second round? You're 3rd and 1.
We're getting there. They're going to be in the next one up soon.
All right, fast break. Come back.
Probably
I hope you wash your hands.
Back to your teacher voice, man.
I watched
maybe
it.
around 10:20, 10:25.
No, I think it'll be. Oh man, no, maybe not. We're still 7 away.
I don't know if Robert Kraft is social distancing enough.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoops. Okay.
Maybe Patriots go quarterback. I've been saying it.
That
all
was
night.
inaudible. Guys, it can't be my Wi-Fi. I got full bars down here, so
You're looking good to me.
Who? How many offensive outside linebackers does Alabama have? They have 8.
Yeah, they play a 1-8.
All of them.
Yeah.
hey Josh,
What's up?
did I see that you guys had a sponsor for this live?
No, we don't.
Oh, I thought what were you promoting in the chat?
Oh, I was just promoting a local lady who makes Packers masks. I just kind of thought it was a good deal over there at shelltastics.com. She actually buys her own fabric and produces her own masks.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I bought a couple tonight, so we'll see how that goes. And I just thought it was a good thing that she's doing, producing some masks for a lot of people who can't get them.
I'll be honest, only half of that was audible,
Oh,
but hopefully I heard it.
anyway, it's just a lady producing some masks. Packers masks. All right, who do the Packers pick at 94? I mean, it's coming up. Honestly, after tonight, I don't know. I don't know what happens.
Jordan Elliott was ESPN's 41st overall prospect, and he's still available. D tackle. After that, you got 2 quarterbacks, then a tight end, then a corner, then another tight end, then a running back. A lot of tight ends on the best available chart.
Hey, how'd you guys like Jonathan Taylor going to Indianapolis?
I think that's a good fit for him. I think that could work out really well.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, I think he gets the majority of the touches there. Or at least he should.
Oh, yeah. You have to imagine with Phillip Rivers that the Colts are going to want to establish a running game.
Yeah, 30 carries a game. No, would Kyle get booted or what? Bad behavior?
Oh, he's back. What's up, Kyle?
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. It was a good time. I'll also grab the granola bar.
gotta try some.
Quaker granola, not a sponsor, but if you want to, go for it. You know, if we're going with the theme of replacing guys who are going to be gone soon, maybe we replace or we draft a center, maybe Biotish.
See, I don't see the need for center for the Packers. I know a lot of people talk about it, but I think Lindsley's fine.
Yeah, no, but he's going to be a free agent. And also, we haven't drafted
no
based
issue
on need
re-signing
this
him.
entire draft, so.
All right, see you, Junes. Josh, what are you eating over there? Ah,
Cheez-Its.
nice.
Jesus,
That's
baby.
All right.
I've been munching on this
Not my
bag.
favorite, but it'll pass.
I think Cheez-Its are underrated.
I love Cheez-Its.
I went halfway healthy with my snack.
Ah, hey, Kyle, just us now.
Oh, man. Everybody's leaving us.
I think it's everybody else's connection but ours that's making things sound weird. Or does it sound okay on your end?
I think everyone sounds good.
I'm back. I just removed myself real quick. I got some candy.
Oh, see, I'm getting like everybody's static and broken up to me.
Junes is gone. I don't know where he went. I actually can't even add him back.
Oh. Maybe he left the stream right before the third round pick.
Beth. Yeah.
Max says
stuck it
Packers
out
need
through-
some young guys across the whole offensive line. I agree with that. They for sure could.
I mean, they added Jenkins, who's young. I don't know how young Turner is, but yeah, Bakhtiari and Wagner are getting up there.
Yeah, Wagner's an old guy.
They definitely need some young blood on that offensive line in terms of, I'd say the right side. I mean, you have Billy Turner and Ricky Wagner now, but other than that,
Ricky Wagner went to the same high school as my dad.
that's cool. Where'd he go?
Wagner went to West Dallas, Hale.
Cool.
West Dallas is if you're not from here, it's a suburb out of Milwaukee.
So it looks like June's won't be back tonight. His router crashed, so technical issues, of course.
Yeah, so here we
Because
are.
why not?
Hey, it's all right. You guys made it this far without him.
That's right.
Yeah, we were at 4.5 hours last night.
Kyle,
What time does everything go on?
Late.
What'd you say?
I thought you weren't going to stick around super
What
late.
time does everything go?
I don't know what time the draft starts. I think is it 11?
11, something like that.
Yeah, I wasn't originally gonna stick around, but why not?
That one's a little early. My
So yeah,
sleep
rounds
schedule goes like
rounds 4 through 7 are start at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Central Time. So
okay. Should be up. I mean, with the quarantine, my sleep schedule goes like 2 a.m. to about 10. So
yeah.
made a difference, and we'll raise millions of dollars already. We hope to do more. And remember,
What do you guys think?
He's
Should
so
I
off.
get
He's
a
so
Jordan
off.
jersey?
with the 88th pick
What do you think, Josh?
in the 2020
I have no idea.
the Cleveland Browns select Jordan Elliott, defensive tackle, Missouri. All right, DJ, this is
Trying to figure out who's the. So ESPN's best available. The top two are Fromm and Eason. And then you're looking at Adam Troutman, tight end from Dayton, as the third best. And then Amik Robertson, corner from LA Tech. So you don't see the first or the top available wide receiver according to ESPN is Devin Duvernay from Texas.
Devin Duvernay.
Yeah. And then Antonio Gandy Golden is right behind him. So
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, apparently Brian Gutekunst literally doesn't value wide receiver in this draft.
yeah. I don't even know if it's that. I just wonder if it's just an unfortunate thing that the draft board fell the way it did.
Right.
Because you have to wonder,
I also
does he-
think Gutekunst.
No, go, you're good, Ryan. Go ahead.
I also think he values the guys he has maybe more so than other teams. Cause I think Goots puts a lot of faith in the players that he picks up in free agency too, where maybe he has a little bit more confidence in Devin Funchess. And that's why he doesn't think a receiver is super necessary the first two rounds.
This is an interesting tweet here from one of the Green Bay Packers reporters for the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. When he was calling around, let me see what the Vikings take here first.
Oh, Vikings pick a cornerback, Cameron Dantzler.
So, when I was calling around regarding some veteran wide receivers on the free agent market, one agent told me the Packers were moving to more of a run-oriented attack, so we didn't anticipate much from them. But this was regarding free agent receivers. So, taking a running back makes more sense if they're going for more run-oriented offense.
Yeah,
So,
Judas is back. No, but Kyle, I think you're right though. Like, if what you're saying actually makes sense, I mean, it connects to what the Packers have done so far.
yeah. You guys hear the cat?
What did Kyle say? What's this great prediction?
I just muted him.
You don't want to hear my cat?
Wait, is that your cat or is that June's cat?
That's my cat.
I muted June's.
I was going to say, I don't have a cat. Just like pardon the interruption. Did I say something bad? Oh, wait, is that pardon the interruption?
Yeah. Pardon the interruption.
PTI with Michael Obon. Bill O'Brien. What is up with Bill O'Brien's kid? He's just sitting there.
Hey, I'll be right back in 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Bill O'Brien's kid does not look happy. Bill O'Brien does not
Vikings
look
just
happy.
take
Corner from Mississippi State.
Cameron Dantzler. Yeah, you'd be pretty mad if you had to just sit there all day too.
Dude, Bill O'Brien
been
looks
4.5
pissed. Bill
hours.
O'Brien looks pissed, dude.
That's hilarious.
He just yelled at the screen and walked off. He looks pissed.
We're getting there.
Josh, did you see Bill O'Brien yelling at his
What do you guys
computer
think?
screen?
Over under bets?
No, what did he do?
He was just yelling at his they were showing him in his house. His kid was sitting there mad like this, and Bill O'Brien was yelling at his screen on his computer screen.
Serious? That's kind of hilarious.
Oh, Vegas is trading their
Patriots
pick.
are on the clock.
Patriots are on the clock. That's the third time they've traded in this draft.
That's Patriots for you. This is obviously for a quarterback.
Yep. Gotta be Jake Fromm.
After this, the Packers will be on the little graphic thing. So we're basically there.
TJ is asking if we're going to be on this tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about sitting here for 8 hours tomorrow. Maybe, maybe not. I have to work in the morning too, so. Which is, I don't know why I'm up at this point, but oh well.
Just keep losing people. Trying to get it where my connection with you guys is better. I'm having a really tough time hearing you.
So Twitter is making fun of the pick for Minnesota, the Dantzler guy. I guess he ran a slow 40.
Really?
I'm not sure.
Goodell's just like chilling back in his chair.
Looks like he could sip on some scotch. Oh, that's interesting. What did he? Oh, he ran a 4.64. That's not very good for a corner from the combine. So, I guess that makes sense.
All right, we got 2 more picks. All right, guys. So the Packers pick at 94. I mean,
We're getting there.
it has to be a wide receiver, right?
We're getting Jake Fromm.
Don't even say that.
The Patriots traded up to take a tight end.
Yeah, this is weird. They must have thought that maybe Green Bay was taking him.
Baltimore could always use another tight end.
Yeah, they only have like 17.
Tennessee actually did lose their tight end, Delaney Walker. I don't know if they have another one that's good, but
Jonnu Smith. I don't know if he's good, but that's who I know who their tight end is. The only reason why I know that is because I added him to my fantasy team for like a week. So
could they take somebody like Devin Duvernay here?
that's what I've been saying. Either him or Tyler Johnson. I'd be okay with either one of those guys. Ben Barch, he's there.
Ben Barch is the man.
Unlike last night when we stayed on through round 3, I will be hopping out after the Packers pick.
Yeah.
So I'll talk about it for a little bit and then be on my merry way.
That's fair. The round 3 is almost over, anyways.
In round 3 is when they add more comp picks too, so it's not. I don't know how far we have, how many comp picks are in the 3rd round, but
It looks like the 3rd round ends after 106, so quite a bit.
There's quite a bit of comp picks available.
Yeah, I will also be dipping after the Packers pick. Not because I have anywhere to go or because I'm going to bed, but because I don't care. Just
I mean, I also kind of don't care, but I mean, it's more or less that I have to be up for work at 3:30 in the morning, so.
What the?
you saying what to me?
I'm doing this stream on my phone.
Oh,
You're doing it on your
My phone's
phone?
blowing. I think it's. Yeah, I think it's overheating. I couldn't get into where I was supposed to on my laptop, so that's why I'm doing it on my phone.
How many
Told
books
I
do
need
you
some more
own?
prep time for me to be.
Like they're showing all these people's offices with all these books. I don't know where they get them. I just don't have any
I
books.
think it's just for show.
So I would not have any books in my classroom. Like I would have some textbooks, but like the person who was in my job before me left a ton of books on the shelves. So it looks like I have books, but like those aren't my books. I'll leave them there when I leave, or I'll throw them out before then. I don't know. Like I don't want them. Is that the Cristiano Ronaldo statue behind Kurt Warner?
Yeah, I think you're a little delayed.
I am quite a bit. Mainly because I accidentally turned off my router because I have one of those switches that turns off everything.
Oh, nice.
And I turned that on when I went to turn the lights on in my kitchen.
So John Harbaugh does have a gazillion books behind him, and it's also like, has he read all of those books?
Can he read?
We don't know.
Like, if you think
Let's
about it, though, people who have like those huge bookshelves, are they really like how many of those books do you think they've actually read?
It looks pretty cluttered. Like it's a lot of pictures, and I don't think bookshelves are the best way to display pictures.
I'm ready for Goodell to just sip on a cup of scotch or something. Ah, dang it! Oh man.
Did they just take Duvernay?
Yeah, they did. So the Packers are just getting absolutely screwed at this point. That's kind of what's going on here.
I take Tyler Johnson because he's not going to be there by the time you pick in the 5th round.
Yeah.
All right, for those who are currently watching the live stream, don't be afraid to comment. Tell us what you think. Who should the Packers take at pick 94?
Tyler Johnson.
Because even though Kyle has said several correct picks that the Packers should take, it turns out they take the exact opposite of whatever Kyle says. So they're
going to take Jake Fromm. They're going to take Jake Fromm.
They're clearly taking the replacement for Mason Crosby at pick 94.
In all seriousness, no, I do like Malik Harrison from Ohio State, inside linebacker. I like Tyler Johnson, though, too.
You know, unlike
the
first 2 rounds, I'm going to keep quiet this round as to who I think the Packers should pick because every time I say something, it doesn't come true.
I'm also not going to look at my phone because I don't want to be disappointed ahead of time.
As long as it's not Donovan Peoples-Jones, a kicker, or a punter, I will not be mad at this pick.
What if it's a quarterback?
It's not going to be a quarterback or a running back. If they draft another quarterback or a running back, I will be mad at this pick. Any other position?
Who's the top kicker?
Fine.
That's a good question.
Who is the top kicker? Who
me
is the top kicker in the draft this year?
Let me look it up here. According to Walter Football, which is a source I don't really use often, it is Rodrigo Blankenship from Georgia. He is projected between the 4th and 7th round. So that's interesting development. Maybe we'll see a kicker in the 4th round. So there you go, Bryson. There's your answer. He's known as the Georgia Hot Rod. Right.
I really like the Ravens draft in comparison to our draft.
I like every other team's draft compared to our draft. Like even the Bears. Actually, not the Bears. The Bears suck at drafting. The Bears drafted their 11th kicker.
I'd be pretty happy with Tyler Johnson.
So the Packers are now on the clock with the Titans pick in.
Do you think the Packers know the Titans pick at this point? Has that been announced to Brian Gutekunst?
I think so.
Yeah. I think it's that way too, even when it's not in this situation. Like when they do it normally.
All right, I'm calling Ben Barch to Green Bay.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about Ben Barch.
My guy. My guy, Ben Barch, to Green Bay. I'm calling it. Let's do this. Let's do this.
The Taco Bell commercial said contactless drive-through. How does that work?
They throw the tacos at you. You don't got to touch them.
Yeah, but how do I give them my card?
You throw
Also,
you throw your card at 'em.
Ohio State's KJ Hill is another receiver to look at as well. I scouted him a little bit, but
Isn't he kind of slow?
yeah, that's the one thing about him that
Really?
I'm not a fan of.
That's a pretty big thing.
Yeah, I know. He ran a 4.640. So I don't think the Packers would go
And
with
he's not
someone
tall,
like him.
right?
He's 6 foot. So yeah, okay, maybe not.
I like Tyler Johnson more.
When it says pick is in, that's damn.
I swear, like 5 years ago when it said pick is in, you knew you would hear the pick within the next like 15 seconds.
It's true.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
The thing with KJ Hill
Don't
though
even
is
put it on the screen.
yeah. With KJ Hill, it doesn't seem like they don't list speed as one of his issues. Like his weaknesses. Like I don't know. But he's more of like a possession receiver. I wonder what I don't know what Devontae Adams 40-yard dash was. His Devontae's was 4.56, so it's not like super crazy. So I don't think 0.04 of a second is a huge difference.
It's a game of inches.
I guess. But yeah, I think Tyler Johnson is who I really want, but I mean Ben Barch.
Ben
Blake
Barch,
Harrison.
my guy.
Draft Tua's brother.
Who is that? Trevor?
No.
It's like Ty Tagliavo. I don't know. It's a very similar name. He just enrolled at Alabama last year.
Is he going to play quarterback?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. He was a quarterback recruit.
Huh. Didn't know that.
Yeah, they have very similar names. Let me find out his exact name. Tua brother Alabama. His brother's name is Taulia. Taulia.
Huh. Interesting choice.
He was a 4-star recruit.
I think we should trade all of our picks away and go for go for Trevor next year.
Yes. Tell Aaron Rodgers that the job is no longer his on the first pick. Yeah. Tell Aaron Jones to kick rocks. Shout out to Stephen A.
Trade him to Chicago.
All right, who
Let
are the
Kenny
Titans
Clark
pick here?
walk.
My
So you don't have
gosh.
to pay.
No one cares about these families hugging and shaking hands and not practicing social distancing.
They're going to run it right back to LaFleur. Like, they're going to be like, pick is in, next pick. Because we just went to commercial.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
And I'm fine with it.
Oh, come on. I know it's 10:20. Let's get this on the road here.
When I said 10:15, 10:30, and you're like, oh.
This is so late. This is taking way too long. They got Cliff Kingsbury's crib on the TV.
The Packers could complete the heel turn and draft a gunner for special teams.
I'm not looking at my phone. I haven't looked at my phone yet this draft.
Yeah, I'm not looking at mine. All right, well we can't take him, so that's
All right, well, we can't take that running back from Appalachian State. That's a thing that can't happen.
I heard the Badgers are like playing. I think the Badgers play Appalachian State next year, and they're usually like a really good non-Power 5 team. So people are a little nervous about it because that would be a really tough game.
Well,
I think they're actually.
Are they at Appalachian State?
I don't think so, but I think it was discussed.
That'd be crazy. The
All right,
Packers
guys,
usually
the pick is in for the Packers here. I'm hoping for a wide receiver, inside linebacker. What do you guys got?
kicker.
Okay, at this rate, sure.
I'm
Sure.
hoping for a wide receiver.
Okay.
I'd be fine with some other positions as long
Yeah.
as it's not something we already drafted or a special teams player.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be something that's just like super ridiculous, and we're going to have to settle for another night of Packers Twitter just in shambles.
It really can't get any more ridiculous.
I mean, it totally could.
I like if they draft a kicker or a punter, yes,
Okay.
or another quarterback or running back.
Yeah.
But the odds of them doing that are so slim. Like way slimmer than drafting a running back and a quarterback in the first place.
Honestly, like I would usually try to predict what happens here, but after tonight, I just don't know anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't be totally shocked if they went tight end here, but I think wide receiver's the move.
Ben Barch is the 9th available on Mel's best available.
Let's
So
go. Let's go. Let's do this.
Gosh, you guys are quite a bit ahead of me.
yeah.
I'm ready for Ben Barch to be a Green Bay Packer. Please.
Is that just like a blanket that Jason Vrabel has behind him?
Maybe. Yeah, it is.
It's just weird. Here we go.
Here we go. What the hell is going on in Green
At
Bay?
least it's a tight end.
Did they take the one from Dayton?
No, Cincinnati.
What?
I've never heard of that guy.
Josiah DeGuara. He had 500 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns last year, which was second in the AAC for both. So, I mean, at least it's a need. .6'2", 242, so he's a little smaller in terms of height. Let's see what he is at blocking. Okay, you're not going to show blocking yet. Let's see. Let's look up his.
Well, ESPN did not have him in the top 16 tight ends available, so that's good.
Okay, so the Packers selected a tight end from frickin' Cincinnati at pick 94. Let's break this down. What does this mean for Jay Sternberger, obviously?
Well, first of all, here, his very first strength, according to Lance Zierlein, is takes run blocking duties to heart. So that influences Green Bay in a huge way because he can run block.
So the Packers definitely want to run block them in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, Matt LaFleur is turning this team into the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, I saw a tweet earlier that said the Packers want to get away from throwing the ball and become more of a hard-nosed offense. According to the Draft Network, his best trait is competitive toughness, but he's not like a great athlete. He's like a good catcher, a good blocker, skilled, but not like big. I would say he's more Mercedes Lewis than anything else. Like Jay Sternberger would be maybe more of a pass catcher, but this guy's capable. He's got pretty solid weight. Honestly, he seems more like a day one contributor than Jace. So I think he'll contribute next year. You know, the Packers are going to play a lot of 2 tight end sets. They're going to run the ball a lot more, and they're going to reduce what they ask Rodgers to do and become a team that dominates time of possession. I don't know. That's sort of my takeaway here.
He's a hard-nosed move tight end who will garner consideration as an NFL H-back. Gritty blocker who plays with good positioning and works hard at sustaining blocks. Also a pass catcher. Sure-handed with good feel for spots against zone. He will need an accurate thrower due to contested likelihood and suspect catch radius. So he's not a guy who's going to go out and get, a ball. But if he gets a ball thrown to him, pretty good, he's gonna catch it. So kind of reminds me almost like, at least what I'm reading here, maybe like and this is a high end comparison, but maybe a guy like Jason Witten.
Okay. I kind of see a little Greg Olson, so I hear
Yeah.
like we're just like shooting for the moon because like who knows the name of the 28th best tight end? Like this guy could be good. He's not going to be a guy you take in fantasy. He's not going to be a flashy pass catcher.
Yeah.
He's going to block. He could be on the team for 8 years.
This is a guy who could get you like 5 touchdowns a year and 400, 500 receiving yards at his ceiling.
I think what we went from here, from my expectations, actually everybody's expectations, we went from thinking Brian Gutekunst was going to fill the holes on the Packers roster to I think what they're doing now is they're completely transforming the way the Packers are going to play football, at least on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
Because we thought they were going to take a wide receiver. We thought they were going to take an offensive lineman. And here they are with a quarterback, running back, tight end. And they're going to play more Matt LaFleur style football. They're not going to be the West Coast team of Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. They're going to be the run balanced. I'm not going to say run heavy, but a balanced team that can pound the rock and do a lot of tricky things, per se, out of the quarterback position. So this is definitely an interesting pick for the Packers.
I'm interested to see what the Packers will do on day 3 because, I honestly would have expected them to move up in the 3rd round just because of how much talent was going off the board. So the fact that they stayed makes me think that they're gonna, either stay with the picks they have, which is shocking because Goody likes to move.
The Quate says WTF is going on. What the heck is going on? Nobody knows. Nobody exactly knows what is going on today.
I don't think it's a bad pick. So anybody who says that this is a bad pick, people are complaining about not picking a tight end. It's probably the least of the top 5, needs that we had, but it's still a need. Like you can't go into the season thinking, Jay Sternberger was going to completely take over the tight end position. You can't think that. The dude had. Did he even have a touchdown on the season? I don't recall.
I think he had one at the late end of the season. Now, I agree. I don't think the Packers expected Jay Sternberger to take the full tight end load, but they definitely should have looked. I just don't get what Goody is seeing here with the wide receiver position. Maybe he went with the next best guy in the roster. But I think him and Matt LaFleur must have had some pretty solid talks. And I think they're really transforming the way the Packers are going to play football in the future.
Mm-hmm. That's what Aaron Nagler is saying. He says that today's pick suggests the Packers are trying to move toward to what LaFleur brought in with him with the Shanahan scheme, and they're trying to move away with McCarthy. So, I think that's the biggest takeaway we can make with the first 3 picks is that they want to do more of like what Kyle Shanahan's doing in San Francisco.
Yeah. So I think I agree. I totally agree with that. I just think Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst probably had a long conversation, and they're changing the way the Packers are going to play football in the future. I think that's what this comes down to.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
So in one way, yes, this is surprising because this is not the Green Bay Packers we're used to. But in another way, if you look at it through the lens of, okay, the Packers are adjusting the way they're going to run their offense, then sure, this makes sense.
Yeah.
Because Matt LaFleur got his guy at quarterback, okay, with Jordan Love. You have a running back who is huge and can run the ball, similar to what Derrick Henry does. And obviously you got a tight end that June's mentioned is a really good run blocker. So I just think that they're going to shift the pressure away from Aaron Rodgers, and that could be a great thing come the next year or two, taking the pressure off of him, because we obviously saw what they did with Aaron Jones last year, and that worked out tremendously.
Yep. Yeah. So my guess is like if I were to give a ratio of run to pass, I would say like at the current time, we're like 70% pass, 30% run. I mean, on the way down to making it more of a balance. But I mean, I think LaFleur wants to go one step further and make this a true run first team where you run more often than you pass. So that's my what I'm getting out of this.
Yeah.
I do think though that we do see somewhat of a defensive presence tomorrow. I was very surprised to see the first 3 picks go offense. But I mean, with the offensive struggles we did have, it does make sense. Still surprised, but
I can't believe Roger Goodell's sitting in his recliner announcing the draft picks. Jacob Phillips, LSU.
I haven't watched any of the picks since we picked.
Lucas Niang, offensive tackle from TCU, and then Jacob Phillips, inside linebacker from LSU, just went to Cleveland. I missed.
It was McTelvin Agim to the Broncos.
So.
Oh crap! I think I missed a pick.
Yeah.
I definitely missed a pick.
So yeah, I don't think this is a bad pick at all. So I'm not. I think we could have gone something a little bit better, but you know.
Yeah, like I said, it was impossible to be as like reactionary or angry about the third pick as you were about the first and second. Like they just couldn't draft a player at a position we didn't need anymore. We needed a tight end to an extent. You can say it wasn't our biggest need, but we needed a tight end. Like with the way they want to play football, they want good tight ends and a lot of them. So
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to call it a night for me. I'm going to close my computer down and just chill for a bit. I'm going to turn on Netflix and be done watching this clock tick down. I'm a little interested to see how everything shakes out for tomorrow, see if they grab any wide receivers. Gutekunst has made it clear he does not value wide receivers. When they went through the draft last year.
Yeah. I think that's just because they don't value wide receiver. It's just because how the type of offense they want to go to. So,
which is whatever. You still need 2 wide receivers. Like every team needs 2 wide receivers. The Packers don't have 2 wide receivers, but here we are. I don't know. I would say this draft made me skeptical about his job going forward more than the previous 2 did. I really liked him coming into the draft, and now I'm a little hesitant, but we'll see.
He definitely has made some bold moves, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. It might pay off, might not. But have a good rest of your night, fellas.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, James. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll be likely heading off here too.
That's fine, Kyle. Totally get it.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
So,
I'm gonna stick around till the end of the night.
Maybe we'll get a shock trade up. So
I'll hang around for the 1 or 2 people that might also stick around, and that's totally fine with me. Let's see
all right.
here.
See you later.
All right. See you, Kyle. All right, everybody. It looks like it's just me hanging out. We'll see what happens here with the last few picks. I can't imagine the Packers trading up here. Let's see the 96 pick. Chiefs picked Lucas Niang. I should have known that. All right. Well, for those of you who are still hanging out with me, please feel free to comment what you think, what the Packers have done so far tonight, because there's been a few things that have happened tonight. Packers have drafted, obviously, their future running back and tight end. I guess we should see who the Ravens are picking here tonight. Let's see here. Who do they go with? Malik Harrison. All righty. Yeah, that Malik Harrison pick for the Ravens, inside linebacker, Ohio State. I love that pick. I don't even know why I have headphones in anymore. I can't even hear anybody. But that Malik Harrison pick, he's a solid linebacker, which I actually would have liked for the Packers. Can't lie about that one. So, anyways, in terms of what's happened tonight, running back, quarterback was a surprise, obviously. Nobody really expected that. Quarterback was more of a shocker. Running back, however, was more of a baffling pick. It was more of a confusing pick. You wonder why. You kind of look at you kind of evaluate all the different positions the Packers are set at, and you think running back is one of those positions. And then Brian Gutekunst goes out and he makes one of those picks like he did tonight. And there's no doubt at this point that the Packers are trying to change the way they play football. I have a blind faith in our coach, in our front office. I think I will avoid Twitter for a couple of days. Yeah, that's a great that's a great point. I do have faith in Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur. I just think what they're doing in Green Bay is going to be a little bit different from what we have seen in the past. I think the way the Packers have played offense with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and the only reason why I say that the way the Packers play offense is going to change is because of their selections at running back and tight end and the way that Matt LaFleur wants to play football. I'll pause my commentary here till the Giants select. All right. So the Giants select, obviously, tackle there, Matt Peart from UConn. You just have to think they're trying to get more guys to protect Daniel Jones there, which totally makes sense. On quarterback, you got to protect the guy. But like I was saying, the way the Packers are going to play football from this point on is more two tight end sets, definitely utilizing that running back position, taking the pressure off the quarterback. I think is the aim of what's going to happen here, because we saw what Aaron did for basically a decade in Green Bay of holding that offense to such a high standard, making plays that we had never seen before. Aaron Rodgers' career is going to be defined by what he did with what he didn't have. And a lot of people complain, myself included, the Packers didn't do enough to get Aaron Rodgers some help in terms of wide receivers, maybe a tight end in the early rounds of the draft. They haven't drafted a skill position besides quarterback tonight on the offensive side of the ball, or yesterday, sorry, on the offensive side of the ball for 15 years. And a lot of people hate on the Packers front office for years for doing that. But at the same time, you look at the second round, Greg Jennings, Devontae Adams, Jordy Nelson, those guys come to mind in terms of guys you're looking at that have helped Aaron Rodgers in the past. Those guys were there when Aaron was here. Jermichael Finley, Greg Jennings, Aaron Rodgers, Donald Driver, Randall Cobb. Those guys were here, were in Green Bay for the time that Aaron was, quote unquote, in his prime. It's not like the Packers haven't surrounded Aaron with talent, because they have. It's just been the last 2 or 3 years that they haven't kept that high level of play at the wide receiver position in check. It's been the Devontae Adams show for the past 2 years. So the Jets just picked. I missed it because I've been ranting about the Packers, and that's okay. So the Jets just traded their pick to the Patriots. So what are the Patriots are doing? Who knows? Hey, if you're still here, let me know what you guys think. What's happening tonight? I mean, if I could say one sentence as to how this draft has gone for the Packers, I'll say it has not gone as to how I thought it would go. That's kind of it. Tanner Muse from Clemson. I think that's the guy, Tanner Muse. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Packers will trade up the rest of the night. Highly unlikely. I don't see it happening. And if you're a Packers fan, maybe you call it a night. Maybe you go to bed. But nonetheless, whatever Brian Gutekunst was doing tonight in some way was premeditated with Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. They for sure sat down and talked about what was going to happen tonight in terms of their priorities. I would say they've had multiple conversations as to how the offense is supposed to play out the next few years. I think Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst jumped the gun for the future earlier than the Packers fan base, including myself, was expecting and or ready for. What round are you on? My Hulu is slow. The Pack aren't on now. Well, we are currently at pick 101. The Patriots are on. The Packers previously picked at pick number 94, selecting tight end Josiah DeGuara from Cincinnati. And that in itself is a surprising pick because who knew the Packers were going to select a tight end at this point in time? Maybe it had to do with the draft board. Maybe my theory that Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur wanted to get a jump start on the future is all wrong. Maybe it's just the way their own draft board fell. But you can't look at the way the picks were taken and think that the draft board wasn't selected with certain positions and players in mind. It just feels like, for many Packers fans, including myself, that Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst almost ignored the fact that there's gaping holes in their offense for this upcoming season. And I'm not saying they don't know that. Of course they do. They know it better than I do. They know it better than you do. I just think they are looking towards the future at a time when fans are... Brian Gutekunst is looking 4 years ahead when the fan base is looking 1 year ahead. We're all thinking, what can the Packers do to maximize this upcoming season if there is one due to coronavirus? I think they're looking 2-3 years ahead. Jordan Love will be the Packers quarterback if he impresses in 3 to 4 years. Aaron Rodgers will not be the Packers quarterback in 4 years. Whether he's on another team or not. That's the harsh reality of what's happening here. And there's just a lot of things going on. And the way the Packers play football is going to change. Matt LaFleur is bringing his offense in. Remember, last year, Matt LaFleur tried to mix his offense with what Brian Gutekunst did. He tried to make it some sort of formula between Mike McCarthy West Coast and Matt LaFleur mix it up, whatever. Matt LaFleur traditionally runs a run-balanced offense, but he had to obviously adjust it with what Aaron Rodgers was used to for the first 13, 14 years of his career. This draft has been absolutely insane in terms of predictability. All right, with the 101st pick, the New England Patriots select Dalton Keene, a tight end from Virginia Tech. Looks like they are going to replace Gronk with a tight end from Virginia Tech. Kind of looks like him too. Alrighty, one here. Anyways, there's 3 picks left for tonight. We're almost going on hour 5 of the live stream here. If you're hanging on, if you're watching, thank you. We really appreciate it. It's all for fun. So while we're here covering the Green Bay Packers, it's just been an interesting night, and you have to imagine what the Packers are going to do at wide receiver next year. Devontae Adams, Allen Lazard. Those two are going to lead the Packers wide receiving core as of right now. I mean, obviously you have the Jake Kumerows of the world, you have the Bob Tonyans of the world, but we all know those aren't the future of the Green Bay Packers. If the Packers had gone out and got an Emmanuel Sanders or Mohamed Sanu or Brandon Cooks of the world, then sure. These last 48 hours make a ton of sense, and I wouldn't be complaining. I am slightly complaining with the fact that Aaron Rodgers still has 2 to maybe 3 decent years left. The Packers have Devontae Adams and an undrafted guy. Nothing against Allen Lazard. I think he's very talented. I just think in terms of building a team, you need to bring a guy in through the draft. And I hope I'm wrong about that, by the way. I do. I hope I'm wrong. Looks like the Steelers just picked Alex Highsmith, outside linebacker from Charlotte. No surprise there. Probably gearing up Mason Rudolph with a solid defense because you really can never have enough defensive players on your team. Let's see here. So we have the Eagles, the Rams left for tonight. And then tomorrow morning we have Minnesota Vikings of all teams picking at 105. The first pick of the 4th round. So tonight has been very interesting to say the least. If you are a Packers fan. Let's see what Twitter has to say about tonight. Yeah, mostly fans everywhere are just absolutely baffled by what's happening tonight, including myself. Packers are just adjusting to the way they want to play football in the future. This isn't going to be the quarterback that passes for 300 yards a game anymore. Sad to see. So the Davion Taylor, outside linebacker, was just selected. Now the Rams are up on the board here. The pick is in, by the way. This is going to be the last pick of the night. We are going on hour 5 of the stream. Again, if you stuck around, popped in and out a couple times during the night, thank you. We appreciate that. If you have any thoughts on how the Packers are doing tonight, how your reactions, let me know. I would appreciate it. Oh man. The most interesting thing about this is the Packers still need an inside linebacker. The Packers still need an offensive tackle to replace Ricky Wagner. The same feeling as when we let Daniels go. We have a defense happen. It made sense. Yeah, if you're referring to the Aaron Rodgers Week 1 Bears comment, then yeah, absolutely. It did make sense to bolster up the defense. If you're referring to Mike Daniels, then of course. We were all a little bit shocked when that happened, including myself. But it turns out Brian Gutekunst probably made the right move with letting go Mike Daniels, because Mike was clearly injury-ridden, and he went off to Detroit, basically broke his foot, injured his foot, and he is no longer, I believe, an active member of the Detroit Lions. All right, so that's it. That's your day 2 draft, Packers fans. The 104th pick, I actually missed it. That is completely my fault, but that's okay. Rambling on about the Packers here. All right, so the Vikings traded the pick to the Saints. Oh, we're still in the round. We're still in the 3rd round. All right. Vikings traded the pick to the Saints of all teams. Okay, so it looks like the Rams took Terrell Burgess, safety from Utah. And the Saints are on the clock now. I'm not even going to throw it up on the ticker there, but there we have it. We are into the 3rd round. End of the 3rd round here. Packers selected quarterback Jordan Love yesterday with the 26th pick. Then we took, oh my goodness, AJ Dillon with the 94th, 62nd pick. And take the 94th pick. Josiah DeGuara with the 94th pick. So again, if you, like I said, if you hung around, thank you. I'm going to end the stream here for tonight. Unfortunately, I don't think we will be back tomorrow. But if you like what you saw tonight and yesterday, let us know. We appreciate the feedback. Head on over to creamcitycentral.com for the latest in Packers coverage. Follow us on Twitter at Cream City Central. And yes, we will be doing more live streams. This is just the beginning. And I really appreciate all of you hanging around for day 2 of the NFL draft. Tomorrow is going to go a lot quicker than these last 2 days have gone. So, looks like the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. I suppose I'll hang around a couple minutes or two.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 105th pick to the New Orleans Saints. With the 105th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Adam Troutman, tight end.
All right, so the Saints go ahead and select tight end Adam Troutman from Dayton. I mean, the stats from him from Dayton obviously are impressive. First in school history in receiving yards and receptions. 6'5", tall guy, 255 pounds. All right, well, folks, thank you again for joining our 5-hour-long broadcast tonight. Again, I appreciate it. Stick around. Next time we do our live stream, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. And anyways, That's all I have got. So Packers definitely, Brian Gutekunst definitely made this an interesting and rather controversial draft. So that's all we have got for tonight. Once again, follow Cream City Central on Twitter at Cream City Central. Head on over to creamcitycentral.com for all the latest in Packers coverage. I'm your host, Josh Amacher. Have a good night.